Well, that's a little bit of a fun intro, isn't it? Yes, it is. Let's ring the bell before I forget. Well, welcome to another premiere. And this premiere, originally I thought about trying to present 3 machines, but then I remembered that one of them had already been premiered. And that was Michelle's 1959 192K, the Spartan. Matter of fact, if I move away from this grasshopper green machine, that's Swiss made. We'll take a look at that Spartan real quick. And again, this is, let me give you a little bit of a backstory on this. Last summer, Michelle Leeson from the great city of Cass City, Michigan, drove all the way to the workshop with 2 of her friends, and they brought 3 machines that needed desperate ICU help in the workshop. I mean, it was just, they were sick puppies, to say the least. And this particular machine had all kinds of needs, and you could certainly look it up on YouTube. Let me turn this down a little bit more. You can certainly look it up on YouTube easily enough. It's going to be listed as Michelle Leeson's 1959 Spartan 192K. It was just in the last month or so that this machine was premiered. And if you look on the left side near the upper tension and the needle bar area, you can see the stack of sew-offs that I ran this Spartan through. And so you'll definitely want to check it out. Spartans are such a cool machine. They rolled out right around 1960. And they came out of Great Britain as a 3/4 size machine answer to people that wanted greater simplicity, frugality, and avoidance of luxury and frills. Those are the actual words that Singer used to promote this 192K, this Spartan, is get away from, you know, all the fancy stuff, all the frills, the luxury, and move towards simplicity and towards frugality. So they obviously offered it at a slightly lesser price than the 99K or the 99 that had more of the frills, more of the ornamental jewelry side that this Spartan lacks. It also lacks, coming out of the factory, a light. And so later they came out with a spoon style one that would clip over the arm of the machine and then kind of give you some lighting down on the bed and the needle area. But I personally think the Spartans are lean and mean, and they're a fighting machine because they also came with a larger motor. The 99, the 99K are going to come with that standard Singer 0.54 amp motor. The Spartan is going to come with a 0.8 amp motor, and so it's going to be shorter in overall bed length than a Singer Featherweight 221, but it's going to have 2 times the power. And that's why I say all the time to folks that contact me, if you're looking for a machine that is compact, that is not grossly overweight as far as portability, it's going to be heavier than a featherweight, obviously. But the compact factor, the portability factor, and the power factor is what gets people so excited when they first learn of the 192K, aka the Spartan. They just love all of those attributes of the machine, to include the simplicity of the machine as well. So this was a lot of fun to work on. You'll have to check out that premiere because, like usual, I present a ton of progress shots showing all the steps I had to take this mighty Spartan through. When it arrived at the workshop, when Michelle and her friends brought it, it was anything but mighty. but you'll see it do things in that premiere that'll just knock your socks off. Just one of my favorite Singer 3/4 size machines. And some of you might be saying right now, wait a second, it's shorter in overall bed length than the featherweight. Isn't it a half-size machine? Well, according to Singer, no. It's a 3/4 size machine, but if you already knew that the featherweight is classified technically as a half-size machine, so a step down from the Spartan, a step down from the 99, a step down from the 99K, then you are an incredibly smart student in this classroom. A lot of folks don't know that, especially when I emphasize all the time that the Spartan, the 99, the 99K are all shorter in overall bed length than the featherweight. And this one also obviously has the back tacking feature as well, which is important to a lot of folks to lock that seam off. So just all in all, from a straight stitch standpoint, one of the finest machines that Singer ever made in any class, but particularly when you look at the fact that it's a 3/4 size class 99 aka 192K machine. So fabulous machine. So I'm not going to be sewing more on this right now. You can see by that stack of sew-offs I did with my sew-off Olympics when this machine was premiered about a month or so ago. This machine is ready to go. It is ready to get the job done big time. And if you don't know it already, when the 99 first came on the scene, it was right around 1911. It came out as a hand crank and then later received the recognition right around 1921 of being the first portable electric sewing machine, certainly in the Singer family, but some would argue across the board. 1921 was pretty doggone early to have an electrified machine that also had portability, and Singer got it done with their 99K. So kudos to them. One other little fun fact, what do you think the original 99 first sold for when it came out in Great Britain back right around 1911, between 1911 and 1921? What do you think it sold for in pounds? And while you're figuring that one out, let me crank this music up. One of my favorite songs. It's called Greaser. And I picked this selection of music specifically because two of the machines that Michelle and her friend, I should say friends, brought to the workshop were from the 1950s. This Spartan was from 1959, which interestingly is a production first edition, because the Spartan rolled out right around 1960, and this is 1959, which means they made this machine and then rolled it out as a brand new first edition Spartan. That makes this machine extra special. Okay, you've had enough time. You've already typed it in the chat. I'm going to let my veterans determine whether or not somebody nailed it. So the original sale price, as our music cuts in and out, which is kind of crazy, but it's happening anyway. The beauty of a live premiere, right? When the original 99 first was debuted all the way back in 1911, and then all the way through 1921, when it finally received electricity and was the first portable electric machine right around 1921, it sold for between 6 to 10 pounds British. So 6 to 10 British pounds. That would be the equivalent in their economy today of $724.97. Or if you convert it to US, $990.23. Almost $1,000 equivalent is what the original 99 before this Spartan sold for in that rollout in the British economy. So, you know, we hear 6 to 10 pounds and it's like, that's chump change. It really wasn't. The equivalent would have been, again, over 700 pounds or almost $1,000 in a 2021 economy. It just gives you an appreciation, doesn't it? All right. So I'm going to move away from our mighty Spartan, which has already been premiered, and introduce you again to a really cool machine with Swiss roots. This Elna Supermatic. It's interesting, when I interviewed my friend Alex Askarov from the UK, I had this machine sitting on the workbench, and I referred to it as an Elna, I think a Supernova or something like that, which is actually an Italian brand from Necchi. So I don't know, I guess my mind was just all over the place that day. But it's definitely an Elna Supermatic, not Supernova. They're both cool names though, aren't they? So what do you folks know about the Elna Supermatic? Type in the chat anything you know about this machine at all. Demonstrate your wisdom and your intelligence. Well, while you're spinning your wheels on this a little bit, let me show you some facts about this really cool company that kind of started late, kind of came to the party late compared to a number of other sewing machine makers. It wasn't until about had to turn that down. I turned up my greaser song and then they kept hammering us with music. So it wasn't until around 1933 that a Spanish engineer by the name of Dr. Ramon Robert returned to his parents' home after completing his studies at the university, and while he was home, he was asked to repair an old sewing machine. This gave him the opportunity to study the mechanism, in which he became totally absorbed. He remembered he had friends who had a corset factory and paid them a visit. It's a common belief that these friends may have also included an aunt. He was astonished by the number of special industrial machines employed, which had a cylinder arm on which tubular pieces of fabric could be sewn. Basically one of the earliest versions of a free arm, almost like a boot making machine. And his inventor's mind quickly thought of the housewife and her need to repair trouser legs and sleeves. He realized that the dimensions of such a machine would need to be reduced. Thus, the idea that gave birth to his first modern household sewing machine with a free arm was conceived. It's thought to be a working prototype, came on the scene right around 1934. The machine design included a free arm, built-in motor, and a light. It's pretty progressive back in the 30s. The carrying case incorporated a unique feature having the shape of a free arm cut out and allowed the enabling of the case to extend the sewing area. So they actually incorporated the case as part of the sewing table for the machine. And there's a lot more history on this great Swiss-based company, but I can tell you this. His first innovation came on the scene, as I already said, right around 1933-34. Dr. Ramon Robert. But it wasn't until actually around 1940, all the way through 1952, that he actually built his first machine that went out to the public. And that was known as the Elna 1. So the Elna 1 came on the scene right around 1940, about about 6 or 7 years after he first had his inspiration. And again, it was produced for about 12 years from 1940 until 1952. Following that Elna 1, and they're really not horribly creative on some of their names, following that Elna 1, sometime later actually, right around 1956, came the Elna 2. So they went from Elna 1 to Elna 2. I don't think they had a huge brainstorming session once they came up with the word Elna to say, okay, we named the first one 1, why don't we name the next one 2? But they actually added additional branding to it, and they eventually started referring to it as the Elna Supermatic, which is what we're looking at on screen right now. A fabulous machine from the 1950s, and this particular model came on the scene right around 1957, about a year after the machine was introduced. And it came with just a ton of cam options, some of which we'll test during this premiere today. Also, unlike the original Elna 1 that had a knee controller that would punch into the front of the machine, it would snap into the front of the machine, and it was locked there pretty much all the time, and then it would have a little bevel feature to it where it would fold into the body of the machine. On the later model, the Elna 2, like this one, the Supermatic, they set it up because a lot of people got irritated by never being able to take the free arm off of the machine. They'd take the cover off, it would fall out, and it just was kind of a pain. So on the later model, again, that rolled out right around 1956, they said, okay, we hear your complaints, we hear your griping, we hear your gnashing of teeth. On our Elna 2, the Supermatic, we'll give you the option to take the free arm out. The knee control out. Don't take the free arm out. So, any rate, to clarify what I probably just confused a lot of you on, the early model, the Elna 1, you couldn't remove the knee controller. The later model, the Elna 2, like we're looking at on screen right now, you could remove the knee controller. So, I need more coffee or less coffee. But like I said in a recent Facebook post, I only do like 2 cups a day. That's it. I know people that hammer down cups all day long. That's not me. I can't do that. So if you're wondering, just for a little bit more history, there was another version of the Elna 2, the Supermatic, that came out later from 1958 to 1963. And they changed the feeling a little bit on the free arm. And they also gave a flatbed zigzag version of it as well. They continued to make it all the way through 1963 to 64. The Supermatic stayed on the scene for a very long time with just minor adjustments to the look, the size of the free arm, and just the general feeling of the machine. Finally, they really mixed it up, going from 1964 to 1971, and they came out with the Elna Star Series, which was a totally different looking machine. It really took on the look of a lot of the machines from the 1970s. It just had a more simplistic dial approach. It was less intimidating for people, but it still had a lot of the great features that the original Elnas had. So, I mean, that's just there's a lot more that I could say about Elna, but that's just a quick thumbnail of some of the Elna models that some of you might be familiar with or might not be. But it really is a finely made machine, a little bit more labor intensive, kind of like what came up when I chatted with Alex. Somebody had asked the question, and he agreed as well. The Swiss have those watchmaking roots, and a lot of that kind of carries over into other things that they make, to include sewing machines. So that's enough about Elna for right now. We'll learn more about that as we're kind of actually using the machine. Let's move over to the other workbench now and take a look at the other machine that Michelle and her friend brought last summer. We already know about the 192K. So this is the other machine that they brought, and let me just say, without any hesitation, it didn't look anything like this when it arrived. And we'll take a look at that when we go through the progress shots. But those of you that know fairly well, or know, I just can't talk today. Those of you that know quite a bit about the Class 66 models, the ones that rolled out in the 1920s, know that the first Class 66 model was the 66-1, just like the machine that Bill O uses down in Kissimmee, Florida. And that's what this model is that was brought to the workshop by these ladies last summer, a 66-1, the first machine made in the Class 66 series that was designed specifically and solely to be a treadle machine. Of course, people can't stick with original ideas. They always have to innovate. They always have to experiment. So this machine was later equipped with an electric motor by a lot of users. Some of them were original Singer motors. Some of them were aftermarket or off-brand motors, like the one that's on this one. And the one that's on this one is rated higher than the original motors that typically would have been added to a Class 66 like this. Those would have been right around 0.6 amps. This motor is rated, and again, ratings can be a little bit deceptive, kind of like horsepower on motorcycles or cars, that sort of thing. But this one is rated at 0.9 amps, so it's got a lot of kick. Whatever the real output is, it's got more than enough kick to do the things that would need to be done. And I also ended up putting together this base for this machine as well at Michelle's request, because as most of you know, the Class 66 machines, because of the engineering of the bottom of the machine, they do not sit level. And I've demonstrated them a couple of times by putting a leveler, basically a furniture moving type pad, underneath one of the pedestal feet to level out the machine. But Michelle wanted a more permanent solution and a more stable solution, so I was happy to put together this base for her and give it a great foundation, along with the new wiring, the plug-in box, and well, you'll see when we go to the progress shots, just a long litany of things that this machine needed. Now, those of you that don't know a lot about the Class 66 machines, and you're saying, okay, I know now that there was a machine made, it was the first edition of the Class 66 series, the 66-1, were there other Class 66 variations or versions? What a great question for you all to ask. Well, the answer is absolutely. And I'll just rattle them off real quick, and you can look up if you want to find out more details on the attributes of these other versions of the Class 66. So the 66 that followed it was the 66-3. It was a hand crank. Then the 66-4, and they added a motor to it, and it still had the original style bobbin winder and a screw stitch length adjuster, very much like the one you're seeing on screen right now. Matter of fact, it was identical to that. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, on this particular machine, and also on the 66-4, to adjust stitch length, you're going to use this little knob right there. And if you screw it all the way in, as far as it'll go, which is turning it clockwise, you're going to get the longest stitch possible that this machine will produce, which is right around 6 stitches per inch. If you unscrew it about as far as you can go, and it takes a long time to unscrew it all the way to that point where you're hitting that satin range, you're going to be nailing right around a 30 stitch per inch stitch pattern. So, all the way from 6 to 30 stitches per inch. It's got as much range as the later models of the Class 66. So they really were very progressive in, perfecting that technology early on. Okay, how about some of the other versions? Well, if you want to toss a guess out there in the chat and say, okay, it looks kind of like they're going in order so far. They came out with Bill O's original first edition Class 66, the 66-1, like Michelle's on screen right now. Then they had the 66-3, which you just said, Scott, was a hand crank. And then the 66-4, which we've already talked about. So is the next one a 66-5? Yep, exactly right. 66-5, and again, Singer did kind of a bebop when it came to model designs. The Dash 1 is a treadle that later a lot of folks added motors to. The Dash 3 was a hand crank. The Dash 4 went back to a motor again. The Dash 5 went back to a hand crank. And then kind of as they were going through these different Class 66 versions, they would bounce back and forth kind of between motor, hand crank, and then also change out periodically the style of the bobbin winder, the stitch length controller, eventually going to a lever, and then also the balance wheel as well, whether it was solid or spoked, were some of the variants between the different versions as they went through all of those different series. So after the Dash 5, which was a hand crank, then they had a Dash 6, which was basically identical to the Dash 4. It had a solid balance wheel instead of a spoked one, and it added a motor again. Then came the Dash 8, which had a Series 4 motor, a rim bobbin winder, a solid balance wheel, and for the first time they went away from that screw-in style stitch length controller because it was really irritating to some folks because you never knew where you were at. And they added a lever stitch length adjuster. Then came the Dash 14, which was again designed to be more of a treadle version. And then the Dash 15, that was a hand crank. The Dash 16, which was a motorized version again with a solid balance wheel. The Dash 18, which was almost a carbon copy of the Dash 14, but instead of being a hand crank, they threw a motor on the Dash 18 again. And then last but certainly not least came the Dash 24, which was almost identical to the Dash 14, but they threw a different style motor on it that was rear mounted, and they went from spoked wheel to a solid wheel again. So just a lot of bebopping when it came to the Class 66 versions. But I have to agree with Bill. I think the original one, like the one on screen right now that they came out with, the Dash 1, was really kind of the cream of the crop. It had all of the functions and all of the attributes of much later versions in the Class 66 family, but it had simplicity as well. It just had that ease of use. It just was a fabulous, fabulous innovation that Singer came out with way back in the 20s. And with all of that blah, 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 you might finally be saying, okay, what about Michelle's? What year is that? Well, why don't I invite you to do a little bit of work and look it up, and then you can type it into the chat, okay? So the serial number on Michelle's 66-1 is going to start with the letter G, like George, 977-3578. So G as in George, 977-3578. And if you want to be the first one to type in the chat the full birth date of this machine, the production group size, I'll send you something special. That is, if you reach out after the premiere and contact me privately. I've offered that to a number of people that have stepped out of the shadows and answered some questions and told them, hey, reach out to me afterwards. I'd like to send you something special. Crickets. Silence. They didn't reach out. And I understand some people want their privacy and they just want to jump out there and get involved in some of the fun things that we do during these premieres. But I'd love to, honor the fact that you stepped out of the shadows and you took that risk of answering a question like this and send you something fun. And I always send stuff that's fun. It's not just blaha stuff. It's cool stuff. It truly is. So, all right, you've had enough time to look it up, I think. So, again, Michelle's machine serial number is G as in George 9773578. I'm not looking at the chat, but if you veterans want to fact check it, and if somebody nailed it and was the first one to nail it and say, Michelle's machine was born January 9th, 1923, and came from a production group size of 50,000, which is a standard production group size for Singer. Not teeny tiny like some of the Class 66s were for whatever reason. But if anyone nailed that and you want to reach out after the premiere, if you were the first one to do it, again, born January 9th, 1923, from a production group size of 50,000, I'll send you something special. And I'll, again, let my veterans fact check it and then highlight who they think nailed it, if anyone. And we'll go from there. So, once again, it's a lot of fun to take a machine from rags to riches, to take it from ashes to bringing it to this Phoenix level. And again, what you're looking at on screen right now is original paint, original decals. But I spent a lot of time working on the mechanics, the electrics, and everything else on this machine to include the aesthetics to get it to this point where it is just drop dead gorgeous. Just drop dead gorgeous. Truly is. And what I'd like to do now is pop over to Facebook, and before we launch into any sew-offs on either one of these machines, I would like to take you through some progress shots and kind of show you where we started. So when we come back to sew on this machine and we get a glimpse of it again as we're, kind of looking at the stuff down at the needle and all that. And again, this machine is not perfect. It's not going to be museum quality like some of my machines that I take all the way down to bare metal, brand new paint, brand new decals. But it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous just the way it is. And it's got that little bit of a wear factor on it that just shows the love of folks that were using this machine and doing a lot of projects on it. Okay? All right, let me head over here. And I've got because of all the progress shots, I've got my computer just maxed out. So I hope it doesn't crash. If it does, you're going to have to venture out to Facebook and look at the progress shots, because I have to open up each one of these in a separate window, and I am not going to do that again. It took me a while to get this set up. All right, let's see if we can start here, and I hope it cooperates. And as we do them, we'll close them, and my computer will breathe a sigh of relief as some of that RAM is opening up again from all of these windows I have loaded right now. So we're still keeping our fingers and toes crossed that something will happen. Oh yeah! Thank goodness! Yay, 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 yay! So, if this gives you an idea, an inkling of what the rest of the machine may have looked like based on the way this bobbin cover plate looks, then you've got a real good understanding of what I was working with at the outset. A real good understanding. Now that's some of the electrical challenges that I was facing right there. The electrical junction box that this was set up to go in had cracks in it. It was rusted throughout. Some of the prong plug-ins from the plug-ins that would come off of the motor and the light were snapped off. It just wasn't something that could be used. Certainly not used safely. So that was one of the upgrades that I had to do after assessing it, was build into the equation a new junction box, new wiring. Now that's Michelle's machine from a distance. Let me just step in front of the camera for a second. That's Michelle's machine from a distance. And even from a distance, you can get an idea of how bad off it was. It had Phoenix qualities. It had, I could see the Phoenix in it even at this stage. But it was definitely not Phoenix material from a standpoint of being ready and saying, hey, there's a Phoenix. But as I go through these progress shots, you'll see that Phoenix starting to emerge. Now look again at that machine. And then as we pop over to the machine again, as we start to actually sit down and do some sewing on it, compare the two in your mind so you can really appreciate how far it was that we came. So there you can see the faceplate, you can see the bed. It's all grungy, it's all cruded up. You can get a clear view again of that bobbin cover, which is, I mean, it's got so many layers that are impacted from the rust and just the degradation of that surface, that when I actually get to grinding it so I can try to get that finish back again, I've got to go so far down. I mean, it's amazing how bad off it was, truly. Just another shot again showing you the condition of the machine. I could have avoided showing you the finished product and then, done something dramatic as I've done in the past and remove a partition. But I actually wanted you to get a glimpse in your mind of where the machine is at now, and then jump into these, kind of do the reverse that I usually do, and show you what had to be done in order to get it to the point that you've already seen. Now again, a lot of you call it jewelry, you call it eye candy, you call it whatever, but there's the faceplate, which right now you can see, if you look really hard, you can kind of see some of the beauty trying to pop through, but it's so shrouded in crud and varnishing and just buildup. It's really, really tough to see it, isn't it? Now if you look at that little screw that holds that plate on, you can see on there as well the rust buildup and just how bad off this class 66-1 was. So yeah, that's actually the take-up arm right there on the front of there, and there's something, I don't know if it's living, breathing or what, but something dangling off of that as well. There you're seeing the presser foot shaft and the spring extension off the top. And you can see straight away just how bad off the machine is from a standpoint of cleanliness and maintenance. There's our presser foot lever on the back, which is also covered in rust. You can also get a glimpse of the light assembly, which is dangling off of the back of the machine. And also we have a rusted, broken off socket of what used to be a light bulb in the socket of the light assembly as well. Just different angle. You can look at the arm, part of the arm, and you can look at the presser foot bar area again and just get an idea of the condition of this machine upon arrival. Closer view of that. It kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? It just gives you an understanding of where and what had to be done to get it to a point where it would not only look better, but it also would function as intended. Let me go back one. Hopefully I don't crash and burn or anything here. I didn't mention as we're looking at this, you can also notice the older style foot controller. It's not a Bakelite style foot controller like later Singer versions. This is actually not made out of Bakelite. It's made out of another form of plastic, and then instead of having that button on it, it's got a larger button that you can depress, which I think is actually kind of nice compared to the button one. A lot of people have come up with innovations to try to make that more easy to use, and it's always a struggle. I know for most people anyway. Now there's the bed. And again, when a bed gets to a point where it's really bad off and the clear coat has been compromised, maybe even some of the paint has been compromised, maybe we're all the way down to bare metal, but just with the varnishing and the crud and the old oil buildup, and it all gets baked into the finish, there's a lot that I can do, and I did, but it's never going to be as it was originally. Like when I do a full restoration and I go through and I replace paint, decals, and everything else. So, you know, there are some imperfections on that surface, but when you compare this, I'll just pan real quick over to Michelle's machine, compare that to this, you can see straight away the impact that I brought. And again, this is not something that any sewing center would ever venture into. You even heard when I interviewed Alex Askroff from UK, and he's been doing this since he was basically in nappies, as they refer to them over there. I mean, he's been involved with sewing machines probably a good 10 years longer than I have been. And when the question came up, I don't remember where it came from, maybe Australia or Africa or somewhere like that. But when the question came up, how do you about cleaning the surface of machines, he was really hesitant. You can rewatch that interview. He was real hesitant. He was like, there's so many variables that come into that. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he talked about the little brush that you could brush over the machine and remove dust in that. When you get to this level of the degradation of the paint, a little brush like Alex recommended during his interview, it's not going to do the job. That stuff on the surface will laugh at that brush, quite honestly. So you have to be balanced and not be overly aggressive in mitigating something like this, especially as you work closely near the decals. Because the only thing safeguarding decals on the original machines and otherwise is going to be the clear coat. That's the armor that protects the original painted surface and the original decals that were applied at the factory. If you're overly aggressive, or if you use a solution that's overly aggressive or caustic to the surface of that machine, you're going to go through that clear coat before you realize what's happened, and all of a sudden those beautiful golden decals are going to start to turn silver, because silver is the layer below the decal color surface. So if you've ever been cleaning a machine and all of a sudden you've gotten all the crud off and you feel really good about it, but you go, that's so weird, I didn't realize these decals were silver. You went too far. You went too far, and you not only removed the clear coat, but you also removed the top layers of that decal as well. So just be really careful. Be really, really careful. And I think that was really the message that Alex brought as well, is you got to be careful. You got to be very, very gentle and patient when you're going through an effort to try to clean up the surface of a machine. But again, at this stage, a brush won't do it. It's going to take a lot more than that. So here we're on the right side of the machine. We're kind of looking at the bobbin winder. We're looking at the far right of the arm near the pillar. And again, you can just see it is a very, very filthy, dirty, nasty machine right now. But it still has the potential to become a phoenix. There's our bobbin winder closer up. You can see if you look real close at the bobbin winding tire, you can see the bobbin winding tire is definitely way past its expiration, and it needs to be replaced. Another shot kind of showing you a clearer view of that. Now there is our beautiful medallion, our badge mark on the front of the pillar, and also our stitch length controller. You can see what I'm saying by rust doesn't just go to one part of the machine and say, okay, I'm going to be good now. I'm going to stay here. I'm not going to go any further. Nope. It goes anywhere it wants, even to that chromed surface of the stitch length controller. And again, when I go through a process of cleaning a machine up and trying to restore some of that luster and beauty, I can do a lot. I can take it pretty far away from this to this. We're seeing a reflection of things in it actually, so I took it further than I remembered. But it's not going to be absolutely perfect. But what an improvement from this and the medallion as well to this, where it started. You can even see here all the crud embedded in that beautiful medallion for Singer. So I like to bring impact. I'm sure all of you do too. But again, when you're working with painted or chromed pieces, you've got to be really, really patient. You've got to move very, very slow so you can continue to be assessing what impact you're bringing. Because like anything, you'll get to a point where you've taken it about as far as you can, and if you continue going beyond that point, you're going to take it from improved to worse. So really take it slow, kind of like adjusting the bobbin tension on a bobbin case. If you ever choose to take that on as well, you got to take it in small little increments and keep measuring the impact that you're bringing. Same thing with cleaning up surfaces like this. Whether it's the paint patina, whether it's chrome portions, or even a cereal plate like this, which is basically impossible to read right now. It's just so filthy, it's so cruded up. So here I'm starting to very gently work over that surface. But even when you're working over a surface like that gently, once you get it cleaned up, you're probably going to have to do some restoration in relation to the lettering and the numbers on that serial number plate. And you'll see me do that in later progress shots. That's actually the stop action clutch release on the end of Michel's 66-1. Like I said, rust does not respect boundaries. It goes wherever it wants to go. And that's part of that plug-in box for the electrical for the light and the motor again. Just giving you a closer view of how broken and what a lost cause it was. I could have finagled it and made it usable, but in my heart of hearts, I would have known that it wasn't as safe and it wasn't as problem-free as simply upgrading the unit. So that's why I chose the path that I did. It meant a little bit more cost to the customer, but it was absolutely the right thing to do. Just more views, kind of look across that bed to the condition that it started in. And then again, not perfection, but to this point. Kind of looking over the top of the arm towards the back of the machine, looking at that motor. And you can see in the shot sort of right now that the motor was made by a company called Premier. And again, it's rated as a 0.9 amp motor, 0.9 amps. So it's going to be a, by nomenclature plate, it's going to be a bigger, more robust motor than traditionally would have been put on a Class 66 like this. So I'm kind of focusing in on that light, and the light is in a bad state as well. Had to do some rewiring on it, had to do a number of other things to get it to a point where I thought it was functional and safe. Now there in the shot you can see I've taken off the bobbin winder. We're looking near the balance wheel. And look at all the filth that was underneath that. Again, if you go to a service center, they're not going to take any parts of your machine off unless they're broken. And most service centers, from what you've all told me across the country and around the world, they just don't want to spend the time for looking for parts, and they're not going to have a reserve of parts on hand because they're looking to sell their new machines. That's what they do. That's their biggest profit margin. That's their bread and butter. So if you take it in for a service to a local service center, when you get that machine back, underneath that bobbin winding assembly is going to be all of this filth that eventually will work its way into that motor and work its way around the machine. Now they were kind of looking over the top at the belt that was on the machine, which was just awful. The condition of the drive pulley coming off of the motor, which was just riddled with rust and just general filth. There's more filth. We're kind of looking at the presser foot lever and towards the front of the machine there. There's a shot of the back of the machine. You just get a feeling and understanding, even from this distance, just how filthy the machine was. And you could say, and I wasn't aware of it, but there's actually some people on YouTube apparently that will actually take machines like this and they'll basically give them a bath, or they'll take them to a car wash and they'll spray them down with a high pressure hose or a regular garden hose. I do not recommend that you do that because number one, especially the pressure one, is going to damage that clear coat. It's probably going to also damage the decals on the machine as well. And you just don't want to flood a machine that was not designed to be wet with a ton of water, because there's all kinds of cracks and crevices and nooks and crannies and other little areas inside of that machine with all of that engineering where that water is going to settle no matter how hard you try to blow it out or wick that moisture out of there once you flooded it with water. And what is water sitting inside of those little spaces going to do? Type it in the chat. What is it going to do? What is it going to cause? There's the back, the back of the machine. We're looking towards the faceplate area, and again, you can just see all the rust and all the buildup. Just a filthy, filthy Class 66-1. Give me a second here. So if you typed in the chat, what it's going to do, Scott, is it's going to pool there. It's going to saturate those metal parts in water along with all the other junk, and it's going to promote rust inside of the machine. And if you said something to that effect, you're absolutely spot on. So I don't recommend that approach. They used to suggest that with musical instruments, and I mentioned that to my buddy Bill at one point, and him being a musical instrument aficionado and a musical instrument restorer as well, he was like, absolutely. You know, you can use that approach with some musical instruments, but you better be daggone sure that you get all that water out of there. Otherwise, it could also encourage red rot. And if you don't know what red rot is, you can type that into a Google prompt right now during this premiere and educate the rest of us. I know what it is because I'm a musical instrument player, but many people don't. So whoever wants to do the due diligence of looking up red rot in relation to musical instruments, type into the chat to let all the rest of us know what you discovered. What is it? What does it mean? Because I think that that would be an interesting thing to understand as well. Because the very same thing can occur within a machine like this if you flood it with water. It's going to be a slightly different type of rust, but it's still going to create issues. And then we're looking at the back of the arm. We're looking at that dangling light that had the broken off rusted bulb inside of it. And just a lot. I mean, my checklist on this 66-1 was about 8 to 10 pages long of things that this machine needed. Oh, I apologize. That's more of our jewelry. That's more of our jewelry on the back of the machine. That beautiful, or what should be a beautiful ornamental plate covering the access cover to get in there and do maintenance on the pitman arm assembly and main shaft. And on this particular model with this light assembly designed as it is, you have to take off the outer cover, the ornamental one, and then there's another plate cover that's attached to the light as well that you have to remove in order to service the inside of the machine. There's our back motor, which, I mean, it speaks for itself, doesn't it? You can look at that drive pulley, you can look at the belt. The belt is no longer serviceable, so the belt had to be upgraded as well. And I believe Michelle told me that she has another machine she picked up, maybe a 99, and she asked if I would source her another belt that she can take back with her. So I'm going to be supplying her with another belt for another machine she has back in Cass City, Michigan. What else do you notice about that pulley? And I'll try to zoom in on it a little bit. Actually, I don't need to. You can see it from there. What else do you notice about that pulley coming off of the motor? Type in the chat what you see. I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can see it more readily. Now, the whole spin-up factor for a belt-driven machine like this is that the more freely that pulley and output shaft coming off of the motor can turn, the more power it's going to drive up to that balance wheel, down the main shaft, and down to the needle bar. What do you see right now that's going to hold it back? Clearly. You guys are so smart. I know you, I'm not looking at the chat. You guys probably typed it like 2 or 3 minutes ago and you're going, we got it, we got it. Well, if you typed in a bunch of gunk and thread and everything else kind of stuck in there, you're absolutely spot on. That right away, whatever power from that 0.9 amp aftermarket motor, whatever power comes out to that main shaft, it's going to be halted by all of this stuff that's inhibiting the movement of that pulley freely. There you can really see it from the side. It is just packed in there. And I've shown you other machines like this that'll have thread buildup like this that's just mind-blowing up by the balance wheel as well. It just makes you wonder, I mean, how does someone do that? But it happens. Here's the back of the bed area adjacent to the pillar. And again, what I'm showing you there is the condition of the paint. And the Class 66 machines, particularly the 66-1, with that red eye decal pattern, are just sexy, gorgeous, drop dead, are you kidding me, head turner, if not head snapper machines when it comes to people just looking at them in wonder. It's lacking that right now. But we're going to make it right. We're going to make it right. Now there we're looking at part of the bed again, and we're looking at also the pillar. Look at the condition of that. It is at a point of neglect that is almost reportable to the police. It's almost, okay, I'm going to ring the bell. It's almost reportable to the police. It's so awful. And that's not to criticize the owner. It's to say, oh my gosh, how did we get to that state But more importantly, how are we going to move beyond that point? And that's the magic of the workshop that has to start to kick in. There again, you can just see the quality and the condition of the paint surface. But if you look at that decal that's center on the bed, you can see the Phoenix possibilities, can't you? You can see the Phoenix possibilities. But again, to mitigate all of the junk, that sticky, fossilized junk that is attached to that paint and clear coat and decals, you've got to approach it very, very cautiously. Very cautiously. There you're seeing a side shot. Even the little bolt that holds the rear-mounted presser foot attachment to that presser foot bar is also just covered in rust. You can see that in the top of the shot there, the screen. I guess I'll have to kind of stay out that far for you to see most of everything. And I think we're full circle. That's where we started, is back with that bobbin cover plate, that slide plate. Yeah, we are. We're full circle. So my computer will be incredibly relieved that I'm going to close this window of pictures so that it doesn't have quite as much RAM being consumed. I'm going to wait for this next one to load, and hopefully it will load. Also, I'll see if I can put on a little bit of music. I've got an older, I mean, it's much newer than my older computer I had, but it's still an older computer. And so when you open up this many windows, it is just crying out for help. Just literally crying out for help. Okay, so we'll look at this next set of photos, and then we're going to move over to that 66-1 and actually do some sewing on it. But I really want you to understand the condition of this machine when it arrived at the workshop and what had to be done to get this 66-1 ready for this premiere. So now we're looking at the light assembly. We're looking at the socket of the light bulb that was in there snapped off, and you can see it's also rusted. So part of the concern when that happens is, what does the inside of that socket screw-in point look like on the light assembly? Is it salvageable or is it not? Well, the good news is it turned out to be salvageable. And not only salvageable, but serviceable. So what are we looking at here? We're looking at the balance wheel taken off of the machine. And again, a local service center would never, ever, ever even see this, because their bare bones service, or as they call it, the complete service that takes about 45 minutes, wouldn't include any servicing to the balance wheel whatsoever, unless the belt needed to be replaced. Obviously the machine is unplugged. If you ever get a light that breaks off in a socket, either for your home, for a lamp, or for a light assembly like this on a Singer machine, always make sure that your machine is unplugged before you attempt to remove that. And be really careful, because both the part that's broken off in there and the part that it screws into are both made out of copper. Copper is incredibly soft. And so if you're overly aggressive in trying to get that broken piece out, you're going to damage that socket and end up having to replace the entire light assembly. So very carefully, I remove that broken piece out of there, so we can inspect the socket itself and see if it's serviceable. And by serviceable, I mean that it's something that we can retain as original rather than looking for a suitable replacement. So there you can see the light assembly. You can see the part that it snapped off in there. And our next goal, well, I bounce around. Our next goal is going to be all over the place as I start to try to inspect this machine and assess what the checkoff blocks are going to be first, what I'm going to look at addressing first. There you see just a busy workbench. The motor's been taken off. The foot controller is up there because that's got rust on it and in it as well. We've got the light assembly, and just we're pulling a lot of parts off so we can inspect the machine more deeply. And some of these are out of order. Here I'm using my Black & Decker drill to carefully remove that stop action so I can pull off that spoked wheel and inspect the machine further. Again, the rust that I found inside of the machine, deep inside of the machine, was just as bad off as you're seeing here on the outside. So we got that stop action off. Look at that clutch retainer. Look at that main shaft. I mean, that is just, it's mind-blowing how bad off it is. It's just mind-blowing. I've seen worse. I really have. So there's our clutch retainer, there's our stop action. Both of them are filthy, both of them are rusted, and we've got to do something about that. There are the two together, just kind of showing that they are twins. They're absolute twins. Balance wheel again. Now that track I'm showing you right there that has rust embedded in it is actually the track that the belt rides over. So that is something that absolutely has to be addressed. Inside of the balance wheel that butts up to the side of the pillar, combination of filth and rust. There's the old belt resting against the main shaft, and that belt was just, it was a mess. Here you can see as well our screw adjuster that allows us to manipulate the pitman arm to control for machines that can reverse and also stitch length. So a very important part of the assembly between this, and also the pitman arm inside of the machine. And all of that right now is pretty much frozen up with rust and buildup. You can even see the back of the stitch length controller here as well. Also has heavy varnishing built up on it. And again, if you haven't attended some of the recent premieres where I really try to drive the point home, varnishing is not just an aesthetic, oh that's nasty looking. It's a sticky, caramelized type buildup that actually inhibits the movement of the machine. It acts like almost like a colored cement. Now we're looking inside the back of the machine, and you can see the buildup continues all the way through the innards of the machine as well. Trying to inspect for cracks on some of these 66-1s because of the plate that goes over part of the mechanics in that area. There are cracks that can develop because that area right inside of there is pivoting and pitching as the machine is doing different operations. Looking down deep into the pillar and just finding more rust, finding more filth, finding more buildup, as you can see in the shot. Kind of a close-up of it right there. Now I understand the temptation for those proponents of taking it to a car wash and grabbing one of those wands, high pressure, and blowing it inside of there because it's a whole lot more expeditious than my process. But as I said before, when you're dealing with water pressure like that, potentially 200 psi, you can damage the innards of that machine as well. So I do not recommend, again, using that approach, no matter how expedient. There we got the bobbin winding tire. We're looking at the motor as well, and just a lot of needs evident. Starting to pull that bobbin tire off, and obviously have to clean that entire bobbin winding assembly and disassemble it, because inside of there are also two broken two broken springs as well that have to be replaced. This style bobbin assembly actually has 3 springs that comprise the assembly as a whole, and 2 of the 3 were broken on it. Yep, time to bury an old bobbin winding tire. It's way past its expiration. In the center, believe it or not, is what is left of the bobbin tire after I took it off of Michelle's machine, along with the very, very, I mean, it's just debilitated belt off of the motor. Just looking at the side of the machine again, we're looking at the spoked wheel off, we're looking at the machine itself, the motor in the rear. It's just a lot of things going on right now. And with the motor off, you can look at the back of that pillar and you can say to yourself, wait a second, I thought on the back of the pillar on the Class 66 series machine like this that there's a beautiful decal. Isn't there supposed to be a decal there? It's there, but it's underneath layer after layer after layer of buildup and filth. So we've got to slowly start to reveal that, even though it's going to be covered to a great extent again by the motor. Once the motor's put back on, you're still going to be able to see part of that decal popping out. But again, as you work at cleaning that up, as far gone as it is, you've got to take, you got to start with the idea that it's going to take a long time, so that you can be patient, or as patient as possible, in going through the process. Looking at the top of the machine down, I think we may have gone full circle, but we'll wait and see. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't think we've seen this one yet, with the drill, the flashlight, and... But again, just a filthy, bad-off machine. There's the bobbin winding assembly taken off. And again, in that assembly, as you're seeing it on screen right now, there's actually 3 springs. And the 3 springs are located in various parts. There's a spring in there. There's 2 springs in this area right here that allow that arm to pitch back and forth as you're locking the bobbin winder down into place to wind the bobbin. And then as that kickback spring brings it back to an upright position again, so it's not making contact on the rim of the inside of the balance wheel and creating drag. Now I think we're full circle, I think, huh? Maybe? Yeah, we've seen that before. Yep, we've gone full circle. I'm going to close that set out. And once we do a couple of sew-offs on this 66-1, we'll pop back to some more of these progress shots so we can see more interventions that I took in relation to Michelle's machine. Uh-oh. Oh, good. It said wait, like I'm about to crash and burn, which would be horrible. So now you can see when we eventually go into this next set of progress shots, you can see now I'm using a soft grinding tool. It's like a stone almost, but it's a soft stone. You can actually soak this thing in water. And what it does is it gently starts to break all of that rust off without digging deeper into the metal. But you have to be really, a real gentle touch with this thing. So, okay, finally, and you've been incredibly patient, finally we're going to pop over to Michelle's machine, which again, as you've looked at all those progress shots, do you think it looks a little bit different? I'm actually going to move this camera forward so I'll have to adjust it again. Do you think it looks a little bit different than it did before? From what you saw in those progress shots? Yeah, quite a bit, isn't it? It's fun. It's fun when, and this is, if you weren't at the beginning of the premiere, if you showed up to class late and one of the veterans gave you a hall pass, what you would have heard me say is that this was dropped off last summer, along with the other two machines that Michelle and Dawn and her other friend, and I can't remember her other friend's name. I know Dawn and Michelle, but I don't remember the other friend's name, so I apologize for that. But when Michelle and Dawn brought those 3 machines last summer, I mean, that's how long these machines have been in the workshop. So some of you that are a little bit towards the end of being, you know, impatient, you want to get it done right away, you want it right away, and you're the one that after the machiner, you know, has been in the workshop for 30 to 90 days, you're reaching out and going, so how's it going on the machine? Are you done with it? These ladies have patiently been waiting for these 3 machines to be taken through my process for over a year, as I've been plugging through other machines and waiting on parts for some of these machines as well. So all I can say is, and I try to be honest about this up front with people when they reach out about a restoration project, I let them know up front, it's only me. I have all of my helpers and friends in the workshop that you'll see in still shots, Harold Burmeister, Mr. Bean, Reggie, I mean, the list goes on, the singer repairman, but I'm the only worker. And so I always let folks know up front, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. And usually the customer will say up front, hey, not a big deal. I totally get it. I know you're in demand. I know you know, you're the only person there. But human nature kicks in. And inevitably they'll be the ones that reach out, you know, a month or so later saying, hey, I'm just touching base, which is fine. It's totally fine. I get it. My world is just moving fast and furious in the workshop, and they're going in other circles, and it'll pop into their mind, and they're just curious. But I just want to say again, it's only me, and so I appreciate these ladies being as patient as they were as I was going through the process, waiting on parts, managing other projects, and finally, a month or so ago, I was able to premiere that Spartan, the 192K that you saw sitting on top of that little stool, and now today we're able to finally premiere this incredible 1923 Singer 66 -1, along with the Elna 2, the Elna Supermatic. So good stuff, right? Yeah. All right, let me put on a little bit more music, and then we will finally launch into this first sew-off. After all that blah blah blah, what's up with that? Well, what's up with that is the process, right? The process takes a long time, and sharing it with you does too, to some extent. All right, I got another drink. All right, so let's zoom in on the needle and see what we're going to sew first. And yes, from the last shot you just saw that we're going to be looking at again when we return, that is the original plate right there. I know. It's the magic of the workshop. What can I say? All right, let's see what we got here. I'll show you a couple things real quick. This is some, looks like vegetable tan leather. And these are some of the off-camera shots that I did. Let me turn my light in a little bit. These are some of the off-camera shot sew-offs that I did. And this is 2 layers of vegetable tan leather, probably about 8 to 10 ounces. And after the machine is completely serviced, parts are replaced that need to be replaced, the machine is just, for all practical purposes, it's good to go. This is what I do after that. I generally don't do, unless I'm troubleshooting something, I generally don't do any sew-offs on the machine until the machine has gone through the entire finalization process. And then I'll put something underneath the presser foot, leather, something light or otherwise, and put it to the test. So, very happy with that. That's our lock stitch. I just flipped it over. Absolutely a page 34 stitch off camera. And at that point I knew that we were at a point, after going through leather like that, and laying down stitches like that, and like that, I knew that we were ready for this premiere. So I'm going to throw that to the side. Bear with me just for a second here. Okay. So I think what I'll launch into first is going to be some, and if you're a regular on this channel, you see this all the time, some of this genuine elk hide. And a single layer of this, if I turn it to the side, is going to be right around 4 to 5 ounces of leather. Some of the lighter grade belts that are available in men's stores are going to be right around this thickness. So we are going to be going through the equivalent of a man's belt, a lighter grade man's belt. Now the other thing I'll mention as we're kind of down here by the needle, so I don't forget to do it, is if you're setting this machine up to sew, you want to make sure that the flat side of the needle is to the right, which is facing the pillar. And you want to make sure that you're threading this machine from left to right. And when you drop the bobbin into the bobbin case right over here, you see that bobbin in there, you're going to be dropping it down with the thread coming over the top, which means that this bobbin, as you pull that thread, once you draw it through that leaf spring that's inside of the bobbin case, when you pull that thread, the bobbin is going to be turning counterclockwise. So those 3 little tips will help you out a lot in setting up your Class 66, whether it's the Dash 1 or otherwise, setting it up for success. So when you launch into that sewing for the first time, you're going to be able to go, wow, wow! Yeah, at least I hope you will. If not, I can bring that wow factor through my workshop. Shameless plug, I know. All right, so make sure your take-up arm is at the highest position, rotating that balance wheel towards you, and then we will launch into this and see what we think. Here we go. Yep, I bumped my bobbin winder is what I did. Give it a little bit more gas at the end there. And I will tell you, this aftermarket motor is, because, I mean, it's not a bad motor. Let me say that to begin with. It's not a bad motor. But all motors are made to different standards, right? And it's not quite made as well as the Singer motors are. So it's a little bit noisier when it's running, in my opinion at least. It's a little bit noisier. All right, so let's take a look at these stitches for this first sew off on this 66-1 single layer of elk hide. Which I can see right now where we're focused with the camera is a solid page 34, maybe even a page 34 plus on this top stitch. Let's go to the end and go across. And look at that top edge of the leather as well. Look at the side of that. And I didn't mention the needle that I'm using, totality of the stitching. The needle that I'm using is a harpoon needle. It's a Schmetz size 110, which equates to a size 18 leather needle. So I do have a leather needle in, which will give us some advantage as we're sewing leather, but as we move into some of the other sew-offs, it's going to be a little bit of a disadvantage. Both the type of the needle, because of the scarf design, the point, the shaft, etc., and also the sheer size of the needle. So as we try to potentially sew that 100% polyester ribbon material, if we try to sew some of the other lighter materials, maybe some of the satin, we're going to be at a disadvantage, and we'll have to rely on where I've taken this machine to as far as the results we get. So there you go. But I would definitely say that this is a brag-worthy stitch that we laid down launching into this genuine elk hide. And elk hide, again, is chemically processed just almost like protected full grain leather, so it galvanizes the surface of that leather and makes it that much more difficult to get through. We're turning it over now, and we'll see what we can see as far as that lock stitch. It's going to be a little bit tough because of the nap of this leather. All right, I've got it leaned towards the needle a little bit there, so hopefully we can see it. So totality of stitching, a little bit tough to see, but the main thing is we're seeing that the stitch is solid. We're seeing that there's no looping or anything like that going through there. So now we're zoomed way in. Let's go across. Beautiful, beautiful lock stitch. I'm going to declare that a solid page 34 as far as the lock stitch. A little bit hard to see it on this leather, but what we can see, it's absolutely bang on. It's absolutely bang on. So I'm going to zoom in towards the needle now. And let's do our next sew off. I'll throw this elk hide to the side along with our other sew off we did off camera. What do we have next? I think we'll continue with leather for a little bit. I think we'll continue with leather for just a little bit. So I've got some protected full grain leather now, and I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go kind of following the edge of this as best as I'm able, and we'll sew around the edge of this protected full grain leather. I didn't even show you from the side. It's going to be a little bit thinner than that elk hide, probably about 3 ounces of leather, but still, it's not super duper easy leather to get through because it's protected full grain leather. The surface is galvanized to increase the wearability of the material and also to protect it from staining. So right away that raises the piercing threshold on this material. So let me try to get us lined up as best as I can. Most of you know that I'm a very gifted restorer of machines, but I'm not always a real straight sewer. I mean, truth be told. So, all right, let's see how we do on this. We'll try to follow that edge as best as we can. All right, take up arm at the highest position. And let's launch into this. I'm going to try to pull that, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to make this turn or not. We'll give it a try. Yeah, I better not. Needle is down. I'll just rotate the material a little bit, and we'll continue on our track. Here we go. Hope I didn't go too far. Oh, I am right on the edge. Boy, am I on the edge. And I didn't mention the thread that we're using, but some of you that are regular followers and attenders at these premieres probably already recognize it because the attributes of the thread are really standout. This is the Coates & Clark embroidery thread called Trilobal. So if you want to look it up, if you like the look of it, if you like the way that it lays down on these different materials we're going to sew, you can find it online. And I think it was Emma that looked it up and said that there's a variety of different colors. I didn't do any real research on it because I got it as a gift, but it comes in a variety of different colors as well. We're dealing with kind of a golden color. So, all right, let's close this box for our box closers. Here we go. All right. I think we really closed it that time. Yeah, we did. No nasty notes. I closed the box, okay? All right, let's give these threads a clip and take a look at this. Again, this is a single layer of protected full grain leather. And I might need to use my stitch off holder on this one, I think. Yeah, I think that'll work better for us. Check my angle of the camera. All right, I think that'll be pretty good. All right, let's start with totality of the stitching. So again, a single layer of protected full grain leather. This is our totality of stitching. I'm seeing some really, really good stitch form here. The spacing, the integrity of the stitch is absolutely spot on. But let's zoom in closer and go around these stitches and take a look. Again, this protected full grain leather is going to be right around 3 ounces of leather. Pause right there. Beautiful stitching. Well, I think that we've got a solid product there as far as the stitch quality. I really do. So I think our top stitch is going to be a solid page 34. Let's flip it over and look at that lock stitch. See what we think of that. And this is even more of a nap on this protected full grain than on the elk hide. So it's going to be tough to see that stitch. It truly is. It can be really tough. We will do our best. Hey, you can kind of catch it there. See it? See it kind of popping through? Look at that edge. That's why I say it's not an easy peasy sew off. It's not garment leather. This is the real deal. There's my little box closing attempt right there. So again, on this sew-off with this protected full grain leather, I think I can declare with absolute conviction that we've got a solid page 34 top and bottom. I'm very pleased with the look of the stitches. Again, the stitch integrity, the spacing, the form of the stitch, and just everything about the stitch is absolutely spot on. And again, we're not set up really in the ideal way. We're kind of pushing the limits a little bit here, because as a general rule, you're not going to be sewing with embroidery thread. No matter how beautiful the thread is, you're not going to be sewing with embroidery thread and a size 18, which equates to a size 110 needle. You're not. If you're using thread like this, you're generally going to be using a needle that's going to be somewhere in the 70 to 80 size range, so 12 to 14 size needle versus an 18 size needle. But I do this intentionally. It's not by mistake. I do this because if we give this machine an added challenge of needing to perform and deliver with a less than ideal setup, we know that if we then move to an ideal setup on this machine, this 66-1 is going to be able to get the job done that much easier. Doesn't that look beautiful? Original paint, original decals. I just spent probably about 4 or 5 hours on slowly trying to work through those layers on this machine. Didn't get them all. There's still a little bit more work to be done on it. And if I have time to do that before Michelle and Dawn and the other friend come to pick these machines up, great. If I don't, then I'll explain to Michelle and Dawn exactly what they need to do if they want to tackle it more. But sometimes when it's almost like when you watch some of those car restoration programs where they leave a little bit of patina on that vintage car because it gives character to it. I think that that's true of even a gorgeous machine like this as well. So that little bit of patina or veneering or varnishing that I left behind does give character to the machine. But ultimately, when it goes back to Michelle and Dawn, if they want to, mitigate that, that's totally up to them. Totally up to them. I think we heard all of our songs, or my computer crashed, one of the two. May have crashed, I don't know. Some of these we're going to hear again, but I just typed in the word rock. What I typed into the search before, if there's any other fellow creators on YouTube out there that also follow my channel, I typed in the word Route 66 or Route 66 for that first search of songs that we heard. Now I just typed in the word rock, so we'll see what comes up with that. And I typed in rock because kind of like that little clip that I showed in the beginning of the cars back in the 50s and just kind of the whole culture of the 50s. There was a lot of rock and roll going on then. Let's just face it, there was a lot of rock and roll. So let's hear what this sounds like. And I'll keep it soft. All right, let's get this protected full grain leather out of the way and move on to our next sew off. And it's a lot warmer here today, so I might eventually shed my DeWalt jacket because it's warm. It's warmer in the workshop than it usually is. All right, so what we have now, and this looks a lot like our sew off in the beginning that I did off camera, this one here. But look at the nap on this. It's a flat, almost a grainy nap, this vegetable tan leather. What we're going to be sewing now is genuine cowhide. And this genuine cowhide, you can see straight away, has a much more dense nap on it. So I'm going to go ahead and fold it over. We're going to do 2 layers of this. If you look at that from the side, right around 8 to 10 ounces of leather. So I'm going to get this into position and kind of debating. I might just go down one side and then leave the rest for Michelle and Dawn to kind of goof around with. It's probably what I'll do. Partly because of time, because we are premiering 2 machines here, and this is going to be a marathon of a premiere, even as it is now. So we'll probably limit things just a little bit just to keep things moving forward. And I did just shed my jacket because I'm actually warm. Let's zoom in on that needle a little bit more. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Another little swig of water. All right. So now again, we're sewing genuine cowhide, about 8 to 10 ounces. And we'll see how this 66-1 does this time. Again, the machine is going to sound a little bit louder than usual because the motor is an aftermarket motor and it's louder. So, but it was made in the USA. Hey! All right, here we go. Let's give this a try. Take up arm at the highest position, and we'll buzz down this and see how this 66-1 from 1923 does with this task. All right, here we go. Beautiful stitching. Oh my goodness gravy. Oh my goodness gravy. Let's get that back. All right, let's look at that top stitch first. Get that top stitch first, and then we'll move and flip it over to the lock stitch. And hopefully I have the angle of that correct in relation to the camera. A little bit hard to tell, because I usually do a lot of my filming at the other workbench. I'm used to that angle. This is kind of a newer angle to me. Alright, so totality of the stitching first. I think we've got some quality there. Let's zoom in and take a closer look. We've got some beautiful stitching, but it's a little bit compressed, and that's telling me that is a feed factor. Which means if we are going to be sewing a ton of 2 layers or more of genuine cowhide, we need to increase that presser foot pressure. The product of the feed not being enough ends up compressing the stitches. In other words, it makes them less full, or it makes them smaller than they normally would be. They're still beautiful stitches, but when the presser foot pressure, or you're using in this case we're using a standard presser foot type attachment, when you see something like this happening when you're going through much thicker layers of leather or multiple layers of leather, it's telling you that you either need to look at increasing the presser foot pressure or changing that presser foot to a roller foot or possibly a walking foot to even out that stitch length. But again, looking strictly at the quality of the stitch, the caliber of the stitch, you got to try really hard to get a better page 34 stitch than that. So recognizing that we could look at either putting a roller foot, which a roller foot and a walking foot is going to be a little bit more of a challenge with this model because it's rear mounted. Again, when you're attaching that presser foot attachment to this 66-1, it's not a side mount, it's a rear mount. And there's not a lot of options, there's fewer options I should say, when you look at that mount change. What some of my customers have asked me to do, and I've done it begrudgingly, they've got an original 66-1 and they want to go from rear mounted to side mounting so that they have more options. It's a matter of changing out that the mount and the presser foot bar itself. And I can certainly do that, but again, it changes it changes the originality of the machine. That's the only reluctance I would have about that. All right, let's look at that lock stitch now. See what we think of that. So here's our totality of stitching, and I'm going to shift my lights just a little bit. Here's our lock stitch, again through 2 layers of genuine cowhide, about 8 to 10 ounces. Let's zoom in and take a closer look. Some really good looking stitching, but again, since we're committed to the principle of kanai, constant and never-ending improvement, the one observation I'll make, and as I go backwards, see if you notice it as well, if you didn't notice it going the other way. We've got great stitch integrity, but on the right side of the stitch, there's just, whoops, I better back up when I start making Italian gestures. On the right side of the stitch, it's very, very minimal. It's almost, you almost can miss it. But there's just a minor, tiny little bit of pitch up on that stitch on the right side. And that's a product of the upper tension being a little bit insufficient. So we've got 2 things in play here as we took on this less than easy task of these 2 layers of genuine cowhide, 8 to 10 ounces of leather. We've got the feed factor and possibly having to look at a different presser foot attachment like a roller foot or a walking foot. And then we also have the factor of tension balance when you're going through this much leather. Again, the lock stitch is always going to be tougher to define because it's having to work its way through those 2 thick layers of genuine cowhide, going against gravity, going against the friction factor, whereas when you're talking about the top stitch, you've got the momentum, the kinetics of that needle coming down and punching through that leather, driving that thread through. So it's an easier factor with the top stitch than it is with the lock stitch. So let me go backwards and see if you notice that now that I pointed it out. Again, it's very, very minor. Pause there. And we still have a solid page 34 stitch. But we know that we could improve it, and we're committed to constant and never-ending improvement. Really, really a great stitch off on the part of these 2 layers of genuine cowhide. But again, we could make it even better potentially by increasing presser foot pressure, by looking at a different presser foot attachment if it's available with a rear mount, a roller foot or a walking foot. And specifically to the lock stitch, we could make it even a little bit better, even though I think it's bang on right now. Make it even just slightly better by just a slight bump up on that upper tension to tighten up that lock stitch more. And if you're brand new to sewing or brand new to vintage, understand that that upper tension unit, and I'll actually kind of go up to it, this upper tension unit right here is going to define and control what type of lock stitch we get. That bobbin case that's in the raceway down here, which you can't really see, it's behind the leather. Let me move that out of the way. This right in here, this bobbin carrier that holds that bobbin right there that I just opened up, is going to define our top stitch. So it's kind of the reverse of what you would expect. As I come out on this shot a little bit, this down here on the bottom is going to control the top. This here on the top is going to control that bottom stitch, the lock stitch. So it's really the opposite of what most people would think. And don't feel silly if you didn't know that. If you're new to this, to this classroom, if you're new to this channel and no one else has ever taken time to explain that, don't feel foolish. I've had experienced seamstresses and tailors that have contacted me because they're experiencing tension issues, and no one in the 20 or 30 years that they've been doing their work and maybe they're working with a different machine or a different setup. No one has ever explained it to them. Once they understand how it works, all of a sudden they can do their own troubleshooting with minor little adjustments here or there as they change materials, as they change needle types, as they change threads. And all of a sudden they can overcome those obstacles that seemed insurmountable. Honestly, some of these seamstresses and tailors have contacted me and they're in utter despair because they're working with a different machine or a setup, and they're boggled as to what's going on. But once they understood the exchange, the tug of war with that upper tension pulling up and that bobbin case and bobbin carrier pulling down, they have victory, absolute victory in overcoming that obstacle. Isn't that great? Isn't it great to learn new things? Yeah, it is. Totally cool. All right, let's look at one more sew off and then we'll bounce back over to Facebook again. I really want you to understand and appreciate the process. I truly do. I want you to understand and appreciate the process. What should we do next? Let's see. I'm going to save that piece because I have a specific plan with that. Let's look at some of this commercial upholstery material. Got some of this commercial upholstery material. It's designed specifically for wearability and for, heavy duty use. Probably public areas, couches, Davenports, chairs, where a lot of butts are going to be sliding over this again and again and again and again and again. And little kids are going to be crawling all over it. And so when we talk about 2 layers, it's enough of a test unto itself. It really is. But we're going to try to push it all the way up to 6 layers. I think that this 1923 66-1 that belongs to my friend Michelle and to her friend Dawn. I don't know if they're co-owners of it, but at any rate, these 2 ladies have brought this machine. I think it can get the job done. So I'm going to fold this towards me to get us up to 4 layers. Then I'm going to fold it one more time to get us all the way up to 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. I've said this before. Upholsterers do not sew at this level when they're doing upholstery work. They're going to have multiple layers, probably up to 2 layers of this type of material, maybe some fillers, maybe some backings or whatever they're going to be using for their project. But they're not going to be hammering out 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. It is highly unlikely. And as I've said before, an upholsterer that sees a sew-off like this, with what by definition is a household sewing machine, is going to bow. They're going to be like, wow, wow! So let's give it a go. Let's see if this 66-1 can get the job done. Just check my folding here a little bit. And the beauty of the 66-1 is it doesn't have a hyperextension, but it has so much clearance underneath the presser foot that this fits underneath there like a dream, like an absolute dream. And there's still enough space that we could probably go up to 8 layers. So let's see how this machine does with a task like this. Again, any machine is going to top out as far as presser foot pressure. So if we see a little bit of a compression on the stitching on this, which I think we probably will, then we could always look at changing out the presser foot attachment and seeing if we can get a little bit more length out of those stitches. But right now we're focused on integrity of stitch, we're focused on quality of stitch, not necessarily length of stitch. So let's give this a go, see what we get. All right, here we go. I don't mind this aftermarket motor, but I'm so used to, after I go through a complete service on a motor, I'm used to it humming more than kind of, it's almost got a grindy sound, and that's after a complete service. It sounded really, really rough beforehand, but it's functioning fine. It's doing its job. It's turning that balance wheel. It's driving that main shaft. It's completing some very difficult sew-offs. But again, it just shows you it's like anything in life, the quality and caliber is going to change as you go from one company to another. And even within that company, different makes or designs or calibers are going to vary, as they go through different, this is our premium, this is our medium quality, this is our lower end quality, or I think they like to use entry level quality instead of lower end. You don't want to say, if you're marketing something, you don't want to be saying lower end. I don't think that would be wise marketing. But look at the 6 layers of commercial upholstery material that we just went through. It gives you an idea of what this machine just accomplished. Truly, it's quite impressive. So let me get out my stitch holder and we'll line this up. And I just want to make sure that I've got this lined up correctly. So this is our top stitch that we're going to be looking at first, and then we'll look at that lock stitch. Let's zoom in on this. Partly because the thread kind of matches that material color a little bit, and you're going to be going, I know he just stitched it. I know it's stitched, but where is the stitch? You can kind of make it out, but if we zoom in, you'll be able to make it out a lot easier. All right, I'll go across really slow because, again, because of the color blending, it's a little tricky. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Pause right there. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material, folks. It's absolutely crazy. Let me just turn that a little bit more. Hold on just a second. Shift my lighting a little bit too because of the color blending. It makes it a little bit more of a challenge to see. Absolutely solid page 34 stitching. And if I try to do totality, I can't come out this far because of the color blend factor. I've got to come right about, get my hand off the camera, right about to there, maybe even there. So a solid top stitch, a solid page 34. Let's flip it over and look at that lock stitch. Again, the lock stitch is going to be tougher to deliver, but I totally tore apart that upper tension like I always do. So it is functioning at a level that 100 times better than it was when this machine arrived. I mean, it's mind-blowing how much better it's able to manage that stitch quality now that it's clean and it's functioning properly. I'm going to adjust my little light a little bit more. There we go. All right, so this is our lock stitch again. I actually have that turned a little bit too far now. Or it's shifted, one of the two. There we go. All right, let's zoom in on this and see how it managed that lock stitch through 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. It just really tucks in there, doesn't it? It's hard to see. Pause right there. And if I were over there and able to pull it back at the same time, we could see even more, but we catch little glimpses of glory, like right there. So I can say this with confidence, that lock stitch is also a solid page 34, and through a task that would just choke other vintage sewing machines. 6 layers of commercial upholstery material. There's some of our glory right there too. So beautiful job on this sew off as well. There is no totality of stitching when you're talking about kind of a golden thread on this type of material. It just, where to go? Where to go? It's disappearing thread, kind of like, yeah. like wash away stiffener or something. So again, look at what we sewed through. There's one edge of it. There's the other edge. Absolutely mind-blowing what Michelle's 66-1 just accomplished, and with absolute ease. Even though the motor's a little bit louder than a Singer motor, it did a great job of driving that stitch home. So I'm very pleased, very impressed. All right, let's zoom in on that needle, and we'll get set up for our next sew-off, but we'll jump over to Facebook for just a moment and look at some more progress shots. And I'm debating now, with as long as this premiere is going to run just for this one machine, because I had 8 sets of progress shots, whether or not we're going to be able to do the Elna, or I may have to do the Elna as a standalone. I was hoping to do both at the same time. Originally I was thinking about doing 3, but that would probably, I mean, that would be a premiere off the charts as far as duration. So I think what we'll do next is we'll sew some of this compressed felt. And if you're new to the channel, this is not the type of felt that you would have had back in school for projects. This is very intense compressed material that's designed, I mean, the stiffness of it, it almost feels like cardboard. And we're going to attempt to go through 3 layers of this stuff. So I'm going to set it up accordingly. Fold it in the middle, and then we'll fold it over one more time to get us up to 3 layers of this compressed felt. Turn my screen around. Yep, 3 layers of this compressed felt. Probably the equivalent of around 10 to 12 ounces of material. Probably around 4, almost 5 millimeters thick. So let me get this into position so we're ready to do this when we get back. And we'll jump over to Facebook for some more progress type shots. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm thinking I was a little bit overly indulgent with the idea of trying to complete both of these machines, especially considering that the Elna is going to require some cam changeouts and stuff, and I have to explain some of those changeouts as well. So yeah, I think I will revise my original plan of trying to do the 66-1 and the Elna, and just say we're going to focus on the 66-1, so since it was really the most needy machine out of the 3, and then we'll move into the Elna in a separate premiere. I think that's the wisest thing to do, so I don't drive all of you nuts. Literally. Okay. So here again, I'm going through the process of trying to see if I can restore and salvage this bobbin slide plate. It's in a real bad state right now. I mean, that's evident. The rust has degraded not just the chrome surface, but it's also eaten away at some of the metal as well. And it's going to be a tough turnover. It's going to be a tough turnover, but I'm going to give it my best. And based, I think, on what I showed you a little bit ago, I think I was successful. Now, again, and I have to beat this home, and forgive me if I'm sounding like I'm repeating the same thing over and over again, which I'm doing. If you go to a local sewing center and you end up at the end writing them out a check for somewhere between $100 to $150, and you were to get back home, and I were to come over for a cup of coffee to visit with you, because we're neighbors and we're friends, and you follow my work on YouTube and that, and I were to say, oh, Paula, oh, Maddie, oh, Sonny, oh, Emma, oh, you know, whoever, any of those regular folks that are faithful followers of my work, you just got your machine back from a service. Do you mind, just for kicks and giggles, do you mind if I take off your feed dog cover and just peek underneath? If that were Michelle as my neighbor that just got that machine back, this is exactly what you would find. honest to Pete or George or Billy or Bob or whoever, they're not going to take time. They don't have the time to pull those covers off. They don't. They're going to do your service in 45 minutes approximately. That's if they're real thorough with their complete service. And all of that junk is still going to be jammed in there. And it's not lightly. It's not like a pillow. Oh, we're floating on a pillow. It's not light like a pillow. That stuff is packed in there. It's actually restricting some of the mechanical movement of those feed dogs. It's definitely, if that cover isn't screwed down really tight, it's actually going to be pushing that cover up slightly, so it's going to be reducing the effectiveness of that feed dog pull. I've talked about that before. If you've got a bunch of buildup and junk underneath that cover that goes over the feed dogs, it's actually going to start to push that cover up. Natural vibration, natural use of the machine, eventually those screws are going to, just lightly soften their grip a little bit, and that cover will be pushed up slightly. It's going to take away from the feed factor. And I mean, even on basic sew-offs, not like when we're doing crazy sew-offs on this Premier, where we're going through 8 to 10 ounces, 12 ounces of leather, and we're getting a slight compression of the stitch and the feed factor, as I mentioned already, we're talking basic sewing. It's going to start to impact that area. So I'm just letting you know, that is the workshop difference. We're going to take this machine down to a level, a surgical level, and mitigate things that those local service centers and repair shops would never address. Now that we're starting to go after, you can see we've started to make a little bit of an impact on that slide cover for the bobbin. We can actually see a little bit of the metal now. It's not all rust. It's not all crudded up. We're seeing a little bit of evidence, a little bit of possibility as far as our plan now. Look at all that rust in the foreground there. Chunks of rust that we had to break free as we're working our way through the layers. Now that was after probably about 2.5 to 3 hours of painstaking work. Look at the reflection on that now. After getting that down to the metal and then using some polishing compounds to pull that chrome finish back up and to give it that glow and gloss again. I mean, it's mind-blowing from where we started to this right here, and that's just one of the things on my checklist was that cover. I was really determined to do it, and I think we were successful. Shot of the faceplate area. We've got the upper tension we're looking at as well. The raceway area, the bed area, just a lot of needs. A lot of needs on this machine. And again, I'll say it again. Local service center is not likely, unless you're standing right there watching them, they're not likely to take the faceplate off, even though there's critical lubrication points inside of that faceplate. Some of them might, if they stretch out that service closer to an hour, but the majority of them won't. So everything you see in here would be in there when you got your machine back after writing them out a check or swiping your credit card and paying them anywhere from $100 to $150. And my basic service and deep cleaning is in that same price range. But you get 12 hours versus 45 minutes to an hour. And that all impacts the quality of stitching, all of this junk in there, the fluidness of the machine and being able to turn and operate freely. It's not just yucky looking, it's very problematic for the machine. Then we're looking at the raceway, a lot of crud, some rust. It needs a lot of attention, a lot of attention. It's evident, isn't it? If you look at that, That's not the way a raceway should look. So step by step we're going to get it right, but that requires some disassembly as well. Now we've got that feed dog cover off, kind of out of the way, and you can see beyond all the other stuff, we've got varnishing and buildup and crud underneath that as well that is working at pushing that cover up and creating issues as far as feed. Look at that in totality. I love that word totality, don't you? Look at that in totality, and again, recognize that it's going to be like that when you get it back from that service center. They're not going to take time to take off those plates. Oftentimes those screws have been in there for decades, and it takes sometimes 10, 15 minutes to safely loosen them up to get them out, because otherwise you'll crack the head of the screw off or you'll chip it off if you try to rush into it. Use some sort of a power tool or something like that, you're gonna crack that screw. Metal gets brittle over time. So are they going to spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes to get those screws loose, to get those covers off, when that's probably almost a third of their service time? No, they're not. They can't. So you're going to go home with that same stuff. So I dug all that junk out of there that was just packed in there. If you've ever had to contend with mice getting into your house and they build their little nest, maybe out in your garage, maybe in your barn, and they just pack that nest, I mean, it's just packed. That's the way this area gets over decades and decades of sewing when that cover is never taken off and that stuff is not cleaned out. I think Bill is the one that said it a couple of times, and Alex may have said it as well. If you continue with the maintenance each time you get done sewing, Emma said it as well. I know Emma did, possibly Paula, Maddie, and Sunny as well said it as well. But if you just take it, each time you sew, you take a second, pull those covers off, clean that out, you're not going to have it get to this level. It's not going to get that bad. Now we're up top. I usually try to focus from top down just because it makes sense, because stuff's going to fall down anyway. But sometimes I'll go the other way. I just do. Kind of mix it up, keep it real. And then I'll cover up that raceway if I've already serviced it. I'll put some sort of a cover over it so that stuff, if it drops down, it falls on the cover. It doesn't fall back into the raceway and contaminate it again. But faceplate is one of those areas that it's neglected a lot. Even from very committed sewing machine owners, even some folks that do restoration, similar to what I do, they'll overlook that faceplate. They'll drop the oil across the top. They might even put a couple drops into the raceway hook system area. They might get really ambitious and tilt the machine back and service the bottom of it, but oftentimes that faceplate is forgotten, partly because it's ornamental. You look at that pretty cover, the pretty cover is so gorgeous, but you don't think about what's happening underneath that pretty cover as those joints start to dry out, as that oil starts to caramelize, and those joints start to stiffen up, and the movement of that part of the machine becomes a lot more constricted, and that motor on the back, whether it's an original Singer motor or an aftermarket motor like this, has to work harder and harder and harder and harder and harder, because the free flow and the motion of that machine is slowly being lost, because those areas are being neglected. So we're starting to tear down that raceway area and the hook system so we can get deep into there and address all of those areas that are otherwise out of sight, out of mind. And there's one of the components right there. It really is a crucial component that holds the entire hook assembly in place, and it also gives you that ejector function right there where you can cause that bobbin to pop up as you're changing out the bobbin and changing out thread, etc. So there's moving components to that as well that have to be serviced and restored. There's our actual hook assembly right there, or at least a portion of it. It also serves as our bobbin carrier as well. So it's got that little compression spring on there, or compression plate, that is going to manage that thread tension to either give us a great looking top stitch or a less than great top stitch. How does that look? And how does it make you feel to realize that if you've gone to a local service center and written out that check or swiped your credit card and paid them somewhere between $100 to $150, that your machine probably has something very similar to this and you took it back home with you again? And for about the same price for the service, you could send it to the workshop and all of that would be addressed. It kind of becomes a no-brainer, doesn't it? But I know it's a little bit extra work to get that machine packed up or to make the drive as these ladies did with this 66-1 and the Elna and the Spartan. It's more work. But look at the results that they end up getting when we get to the finish line. All of this is going to be dealt with as it should be. Still needs a lot of attention, but we're going to take care of that. Well, we, like me. Step by step, step by step by step by step. And again, as many progress shots as I'm sharing with you on this 66-1, if I had taken a picture of every single thing that I did, we would probably conservatively have another 100 to 150 photographs that I would be clicking through. Aren't you glad I didn't do that? That I didn't document the entire process? Oh my gosh. The other thing you discover when you go through an area very carefully, especially if it's been neglected, and I've talked about this before, is that parts of the metal will start slamming into each other. And you'll get little pieces of metal, and or that hook system will be operating with a broken off needle in it as well. And it's inhibiting the flow of that thread, but the machine is chugging forward because it's determined, it's resolute. But my process gets down to the surgical level, and I find stuff like this in hook system and raceways all the time that I don't leave behind like that local service center. Step by step, we're starting to actually see that surface, that metal again, instead of rust, varnishing, junk, who knows what's all in there. All kinds of stuff. You notice now I've taken the upper tension out, sitting down there on the bed, and I'm going to be working on optimizing a lot of those areas. And I do a lot of back and forth, kind of bebopping all over the place. Look at the condition of upper tension right now. Do you think it's able to do its job like that? It's going to try. It's going to do its best to try to do the job. But can it do its job a lot better if it looks like that? Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm going to bug you guys. Do you think that service center, it's going to take time to remove this upper tension and to deep clean it and to optimize it? Yeah, that's kind of rhetorical, isn't it? It's kind of rhetorical. And that little arm that is part of our thread guide coming off of the upper tension is also attached to our presser foot bar as well, and our presser foot lever. So it's going to raise up and down as we're taking that presser foot pressure to the up position or the down position when we're sewing. So a lot of stuff can hide behind that. So we're probably going to also remove that and clean that as well. It's not broken, but there it is on the bed now. And we're going to get all the crud off of that piece as well, because otherwise, what's going to happen? Type it in the chat. If we leave a bunch of crud behind in the faceplate area, what's going to happen to that crud? Taking into account gravity and the motion of all of the mechanics moving rapidly in the faceplate area. That was a big hint. Yeah, it's going to drop down into the raceway. Look at all that junk in there. All that junk that needs to be mitigated. All of that rust that needs to be removed. And then that metal needs to be protected to keep it from returning to that rust state again. It's a painstaking process. But it's my process. And I constantly improve it. Hint, hint. Can I? Constant and never-ending improvement. A lot of movement, a lot of mechanics in there. And that's where I say this area is oftentimes neglected when it comes to maintaining and servicing and certainly restoring. I think that was a before after. That's clean. So that's before. It's looking kind of dingy and filthy. Yeah, we're starting to make an impact. All of this up here has been optimized. And that includes also cleaning deep into those joints as well, so they've got fluidity of motion. It's kind of fun to say, isn't it? Fluidity of motion. I'm doing like chiropractic work on sewing machines. That's kind of neat, isn't it? So now we're dealing with the pivot area that applies and removes pressure to the rear of the upper tension. And we're also addressing that because that can get real sticky, gummed up, and all of a sudden you'll push that pressure foot lever up, and you'll go to pull that thread, and the thread doesn't advance until you hyperextend it. You almost have to kind of push that pressure foot lever beyond its normal range, and then all of a sudden you're able to pull the thread. That usually is a product of this area becoming restricted or constricted. And when you apply that pressure foot lever, it's not going full range of motion, and then all of a sudden you're having difficulty advancing that thread when you're trying to finish your stitch lines in that. More and more progress in process to include on the pressure spring bar as well. More and more process and progress. Now we're to a state right there. Did we go through all of our songs already? Oh no, there it is. Starting to kick in. I think that's Barnyard Song. I like that one. Now we're to a state now where if you reflect in your memory to what that faceplate area looked like before, and you look at it now, it's night and day. It's obvious. But if you see it in that dirty state, and that's the only picture of it that you've ever had, you don't have a vision of what the possibilities are. There's the possibilities right there. That looks different. Yeah, it does. That looks a lot better, doesn't it? It's actually shiny and clean. Except for that part right there that I'm still working on. Oh, that's the other side. There's two sides to it? What? Oh yeah. Yeah. That I will put back on Michelle's machine. Look at all that stuff we have to, literally chip away at in that raceway. That is the brain center of the sewing machine. That's where all the magic happens. That's where those two threads come together and complete that page 34 stitch. We're not even going to be on page 2 or 3 as far as quality of stitch if we leave it like that. So it's not going to be left like that, rest assured. Oh yeah, we're making some progress now. Even that little leaf spring that holds our sliding plate on has to be optimized and cleaned as well, because it's right in proximity to the brain center. There we go. There we go. Yes, that is what the workshop does. That's the difference. We're not done yet though. We're going to also break down more of that residue that isn't as apparent and use our brush to work into all those cracks and crevices to get areas clean that otherwise would leave some of that residue behind. Leave some of that junk behind. And now because we've softened some of it, we're going to be going after it again with the dental tool. Focusing also on that area where the feed dog plate goes on. Again, getting all that crud out of there, working in there with the dental tools and Q-tips so that that plate sits nice and flat and we get the full benefit of those feed dogs. The full benefit. And there's some of the stuff that we're getting off of that machine. Off of Michelle's machine. And that is the beginning that we started at. It just gives you an appreciation for how far we came, doesn't it? And we're not even done yet. We're not even done. Not even close. So let this next set of photos load and then we're going to move back over to the machine. I'm just curious what the next set of photos opens up with. Aren't you? Let's see. Okay, more work in the raceway. I spend a lot of time there. Sometimes as long as 2 hours I'll spend in that raceway area with the individual parts and getting those layers down and getting that surface just perfect so that that brain center can function as intended. Eventually, when I do the premiere on Michelle and Dawn's other machine, the Elna Supermatic, also known as the Elna number 2, you'll see that the folks at Elna try to argue that their cam stack area is the brain center for the machine. But we know that they're not right. Those Swiss folks are just a little bit confused. Yeah, they are. This is the brain center right here. All right. Let's put on a little bit more music. Head back over to the 66-1. You kind of see now, and I'm trying to move at a relatively reasonable pace, but you see how far we've gotten in this premiere, how much more we have to go. And then I thought originally about doing the Elna machine as well. You guys love me. You love what I do. You respect what I do. You delight in what I do. But if I try to go beyond 4 hours, which is some of the longest premieres that we do because we cover a lot of stuff, you guys are going to have a love-hate relationship with me, and I don't want that. I want you just to love me. So let's head down to the compressed valve. I might actually raise this up a little bit. Nope, go the other way. There we go. I've got a fruit fly that is just persisting, trying to bug me. And I even put fruit fly traps down here too. Do any of you get bugged by fruit flies where you're at? Type in the chat if you get bugged by fruit flies. They're worse than mosquitoes, they're worse than flies in my opinion. They're just so insidious and so determined and ugh, little buggers. Not to mention they breed faster than rabbits. All right, let's do some more sewing on Michelle's 66-1 from 1923. Did anyone do the math as to the age of this machine? If it was born in 1923 and this is 2021, how old is it? Type it in the chat. I'd just be curious to know. All right, so now we're going to do this compressed felt. We're going to go down and around, and we'll see how this 66-1 does in managing this. This is, as you know, the only material that I recall at least, that was able to snap one of my Schmetz needles. A needle smaller than the one we're using right now. We're using a size 18, and I was using a size 14? Is it a size 14, I think? Pretty sure it was a size 14, which would equate to a size 90. Yeah. I was using a Schmetz 9014 universal needle, sewing on another machine, the same thickness we're sewing right now, and it broke the needle. So there you go. Gives you an idea, right? Tough stuff, very tough stuff. All right, let me get my screen turned around and let's go ahead and buzz down this stuff, see what we think. All right, take up arm at the highest position. All right, I'm gonna try to sew as straight as I can. No guarantees. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna do my turn now. Down to the finish. Actually ended in the up position. How cool is that? And I'm not going to close the box. Go ahead and take a look at these stitches through this compressed felt. 3 layers of this stuff. Very, very thick stuff. Very, very thick stuff. And more importantly, the weave on it is so dense. It's like sewing concrete almost. Crazy, crazy stuff. They should have given us this stuff when we were in school. That would have been fun, right? We could have built forts out of it and stuff. Could have built forts. All right, let's take a look at that top stitch first. I'm going to pull this back first of all, kind of bend it back. Get our little sew-off holder that Maddie sent me and take a look at these stitches. I think that's about the right angle. It's pretty close. Let's see what we think of these through this compressed felt. So there is sort of kind of our totality of stitching. And I'm seeing some gorgeous, gorgeous top stitching. Again, maybe just slightly on the compressed side. The 66-1 and really pretty much all of the Class 66s with their standard presser foot attachment, they're going to do brilliant with reasonable sewing, not the outrageous sewing that we do. So as we go through multiple layers of some of these real dense woven or compressed type materials, even using a size 110 needle, that feed factor is going to be a little bit of an issue. That's why I said, especially with the side-mounted Class 66 models, putting on a roller foot or a walking foot is a real good move if you're going to be sewing anywhere close to this level. But let's look at quality of stitch, not necessarily the stitch size. We want to see consistency, we want to see quality. Pause right there. Folks, I am absolutely at a page 34 when it comes to quality and consistency of the stitch. Look at even on that side row. Let me get my hand off the camera. I'm going to make you guys feel like you're impaired. This stuff, again, is ridiculously difficult to get through, and even broke a smaller size Schmetz needle, as I've already said. To lay down stitching of this caliber, this consistency, the spacing, the integrity of the stitch, if we put, again, we're committed to constant and never-ending improvement. If we were able to find a rear-mounted roller foot for this machine, a new level. Another new level for this machine. Let's go across and look at this bottom row. Pause right there. Hey, they're disappearing. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. I'm not even going to go around a second time. We'll do totality of stitching right from there and simply say that is exactly what we want to be seeing. That's page 34, polarized when you're talking about 3 layers of compressed felt. It's absolutely as we want to see it. Let's flip it around and look at that lock stitch. I'm going to have to bend it the other way. It's actually compressing the compression here. You know what? I'm going to move this to the side for a second, this stitch holder, and see if I can flip my screen around and actually pull these back for you. It's going to make it that much easier to see what I want you to see. There's that fruit fly right there trying to get in the shot. Camera hog. Folks, that is gorgeous, gorgeous lock stitching. Gorgeous lock stitching. If you hear a slapping sound, I'm going after that fruit fly. There we go. I bent it back enough. Maybe I can set it. Whoops. I can set it over there now. Beautiful, beautiful lock stitching. Again, through a very difficult sew off. Now I bent it back enough. Hopefully we can just kind of walk it around because I know that'll probably give us better visibility. I can pause anywhere and just say that is absolutely page 34. See that? I'm glad I pulled it back though. It kind of tucks away again. Beautiful, beautiful stitching. Come out to here, totality of the stitching, and that's exactly what we want to be seeing. The stitch integrity, the stitch spacing, the glory of the stitch is just absolutely spot on. And again, if we want to improve it even further and give us a little bit more, less compression on that stitch because of the feed factor, then we could add a roller foot, we could add a walking foot to it. Or we could take some sort of a stiffener and see if we can get a little bit better feed. But the feed factor, as far as the stitch appearance and everything, it's hard to beat that. We would just be looking at getting a little bit more length out of that stitch when it's feeding. So I'm going to throw that to the side as well with our other growing stitch off pile. Hope I didn't just move the camera. I kind of kicked it a little bit. Yeah, not too bad. Coming a little bit closer on the needle. And if we seem higher up, it's because I did raise the elevation of the tripod a little bit. I thought we were a little bit on the low end. And I wanted to get us up a little bit higher. Oops, wrong way. There we go. Yeah, it's such a cool mounting approach that Singer used on how that mounts on the rear like that. But in order to do that, they almost have to give the contour of that presser foot almost the look of being a slantomatic. You know what I mean? How it's kind of angled, so that they could mount it like that and still get it to extend over as reasonably as so in relation to the feed dogs. But again, the basic foot for the 66-1 is, if you want to be sewing at the level that we are in this Premier, you'll want to look at other options too. I'm sure Bill could attest to that as well if he's ever done some super heavy duty sewing with his 66-1. Maybe he's looked at some options and found some options as far as other presser feet that can be rear mounted that'll give you a little bit better feed. But we've had some great success even with that basic presser foot attachment. I'm very pleased. Okay, let's check something. You see what else we have to sew, and then I'll decide if I'm going to jump back over to Facebook or whether or not we're going to do something else. I think we'll do, I don't have a huge number of sew-offs left. I've got, actually, let's go on the light side. I will correct myself. Let's go on the light side. Let's go over to some satin, because I haven't done any super lightweight stuff. I've been focusing more heavy duty and super thick. Let's do some satin, let's do some ribbon material, and let's do some 100% cotton. We'll do those 3 sew-offs, and then we'll pop back over to Facebook. Fair enough? And then I think we'll cover that base as well. I don't want to forget to do that, because I'm also going to be doing a special sew-off as well, attempting a special sew-off as a last sew-off before we consider the Sewing Olympics completed. I want to try something different. Okay, we're all set up for our next group of sew-offs, and we're set for our next Facebook shots as well. All right, let's do this. So this is some genuine satin, and I'm going to be buzzing down it. I'm not going to be going down and around on this stuff. It's going to be going down these two. We're going to be piecing these 2 super paper thin layers of satin together, and hopefully I can stay reasonably straight. I hope so. I hope. I could do that. I just thought of something fun to do. Instead of going down and around, I could go down with the larger stitch, and I could go down with more of a satin stitch. If we were using upholstery thread, I probably wouldn't try that because there's just no room for the thread when you're getting the stitch length down into a much smaller ranges, but we can do it now, I think. We'll give it a try. All right, so I've got the stitch length screw-in knob all the way in, so we're going to get a longer stitch, and then I'll do another line going down, and I'll back it out to shorten up that stitch. Let's see what we get. Here we go. Oh, I know what I did. I forgot to back off the presser foot presser. We were jamming that down really hard. Yep. I can stretch it back out and fix it, but that's what we did. And I should show you that too, because it's relevant to show. It's relevant to show. All right. Yeah, I have the presser foot pressure up way too high right now for sewing something light like this. We did pretty good on the lock stitch, but we didn't do as well on the top stitch. Okay, let me stretch this, and then I'll show you. Show you what we need to do. Beauty of satin is you can kind of fix your mistake by just manipulating the material and kind of stretching it back out. But with that heavy presser foot pressure, we got more of a puckering. And I'll do the second line of stitching first, but first of all I'll show you how to back off that presser foot pressure a little bit for this type of sewing application. So let's go to the top of the machine. So this is our presser foot control right here. and it's going to allow us to go in some degree of increments. So if I want to totally release it, I push this little tab right here and it pops up completely. See that? So right now we have little or no presser foot pressure. We don't even have enough probably to sew satin or silk. But as you push it down, you get more and more presser foot pressure. And this is where we were sewing before. You can see where we're at right now. So we're going to come, and again it's a little bit of spitballing, come right about to there to sew our next stitch line. And we should get a lot better feed factor than we did the first time. It was kind of bunching up, and that's just a product of we had way too much presser foot pressure. So we've reduced it by about close to 50%. So we'll see if this second, and you know what, I'm not going to change the stitch length because I want to try to do apples to apples, not apples to oranges. So we'll see if we manage a little bit better this time, reducing that presser foot pressure. All right, here we go. And again, I kind of guesstimated on how far we were going to put down that presser foot pressure for this. So I probably could have maybe even reduced it by 70% instead of by 50%. Because satin and silk is, I mean, that's about as light as you can possibly get. This is our top stitch right here. Can you see that in the shot? I've got my screen faced the wrong way. Very tricky sew off. Focus on that top row first. So we had much better feed the second time because we reduced that presser foot pressure. And I think we also are going to see that the stitch integrity is even better the second time around. I'm going to pull that out a little bit so we can look at that lower row now. We're going to be focused on the, I'll grab it in the middle, we'll focus on both at the same time. The other thing I would notice about this is that we probably had the upper tension just a little bit on the higher end, and we didn't get quite as much stitch definition with this top stitch as we could. So I would back off that upper tension a little bit as well. All right, let me flip it around and look at that lock stitch. Defining that bottom row now, the second row we did. Flip those threads. Yeah, I am overall pleased with that. I'm going to declare that a near page 34, just because I think that there are some other things we could do to improve it even more. But all in all, we got a very good outcome considering our setup. We'd be a lot better off if we were using a smaller needle. We're working with a 110 size 18. But still, as you look at it from the side, it's actually easier to see it from the side than it is when I'm holding it otherwise. Our stitch definition presentation is absolutely spot on. Probably have to flip it around so you can see the back row more clearly. Take a look at these. This is our lock stitch now on the other side. And I just kind of push that down to kind of stretch it out a little bit again, because I had done that first row. And the row closest to you is the second one we did, I believe. Pause right there. Yeah, I am, considering our setup and everything, I'm very pleased. Not to mention, again, because of the design of the rear-mounted presser foot on the 66-1, it's not going to give us the degree of control that we would get with more of a standard side-mounted type presser foot, where it's pushing straight down instead of at an angle. Remember again how that's angled so that it can mount on the back of the presser foot bar. So we've gotten a very good outcome with this stitching, considering, I mean, all the factors in play. All the factors in play. So I'm going to throw that to the side as a pass. And again, I'm going to declare it a near page 34, just because there are some things we could do to improve that even beyond where we did. And we're going to do the ribbon material now, and then the 100% cotton. And I might back off that presser foot pressure even a little bit more than we have it right now. Right now we're about a 50% reduction. I'm going to back it off even a little bit more. I have to reset it and then back it off again. I think that's what we'll do. So this is your release again. Just push it down. And then we'll bring this down to right about... feel that. Actually, go over again. That's a little bit on the light side. What I'm doing is I'm barely lifting up. Let me change this shot a little bit. What I'm doing is I'm barely lifting up the presser foot, and then you can feel the degree of resistance. So as I'm kind of checking to see, okay, how much resistance are we getting? I'm getting just a little bit shy of what I would want, so I'm just going to go down a little bit further. Right about there is where we're going to give it a go. So you just kind of bring it up just enough where you're starting to engage that presser foot lever, and then you can feel how much resistance you're getting. That should be pretty much spot on. So I'm going to do this ribbon material next, and we'll see how we do as far as feeding this. Okay, so this is our 100% polyester ribbon material. I'm going to go ahead and buzz down this side, and then depending on what we get, we'll make some more adjustments so we can set it up for success with this 1923 66-1. All right, here we go. So definitely not enough pressure for this ribbon material. Again, we've gone from satin to making some adjustments for this ribbon material, but we're getting a very stubby, compressed stitch. It's gorgeous. It's like a satin stitch, but we don't have enough presser foot pressure to give us a reasonably long stitch for where our stitch length selector is at right now. So we're going to give that another try. That was our first run. We're going to do another run, and I'm going to bump up that presser foot pressure to a higher degree. Right about back to our 50% mark. I can see that you can't see what we're seeing. See what I'm saying about that stitch? Our stitch selector was set on the largest stitch, but because our feed presser foot pressure was not high enough, we ended up getting a very, very shortened version of the stitch. So we're going to increase that presser foot pressure and see what impact we can bring. We're not going to change a thing over here. That's staying exactly the same way as it is. All we're doing is messing around the presser foot pressure on this very, very light, paper thin, 2 layers of 100% polyester. So leaving everything the same except for we bumped up our presser foot pressure to right there. We're going to sew that row again and see what impact we can get. If we still get a stitch length that's not quite reasonable for our maximum setting, then we'll bump up that pressure a little bit more and do a third row and see what impact we can bring. And this is actually a great lesson in the classroom to show you the impact that presser foot pressure can have on stitch presentation and length. So I'm going to leave it right about there. We'll sew down one more row. All we did is bump up our presser foot pressure, and we'll see what we get this time. Here we go. Absolutely astounding. Wait until you see this. Wait until you see this. That is so cool, and what a great lesson we just had in the classroom, isn't it? Look at those two comparatively. No changes to stitch length whatsoever. All we did was increase the presser foot pressure. And we had good even feed that time. We didn't get a lot of bunching. But we got to experiment one more time, just increase the presser foot pressure slightly more and see if we can get a little bit more stitch length out of that. But we're really close to that sweet spot right now. Really, really close. I'm almost reluctant to make a change, but if we go too far, then we know we went too far. So let's get on camera again where we're at as a resource to Michelle and Dawn on sewing incredibly light material like this 100% polyester. So we're going to first of all set this up by the presser foot needle. The top row is the first one we did. The bottom row is the second one we did. No change to the stitch length whatsoever, only a change to the presser foot pressure. Wait until you see the dramatic difference, and then we're going to make one more little tweak I would say we're pretty doggone close. I'm going to look at that again. Measuring in my mind, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are really close to the 6 stitches per inch in that shot right there. The top row again we had insufficient presser foot pressure. We were kind of goofing around with that, and I thought let's go super light. I mean, we are sewing 2 rice paper thin layers of polyester, 100% polyester ribbon material, and we got that, I mean, ridiculous satin stitch on top because there wasn't enough presser foot pressure. We increased it by probably about 20 to 25%, and we got that gorgeous stitching on the bottom row. Let me bring my light in over there. Absolutely page 34 stitching on that ribbon material, wouldn't you agree? So we're going to do one more test because this is a classroom. We learn through, to some degree, experimentation. So we're set right there right now. So you can see, actually, let's just go up here. So that's what we just sewed at right there. That was our last sew off. Let's bump it up about 1 ring up and see if we get a different result, or if we start to get stubbier stitching, because it happens on both extremes. Insufficient presser foot pressure will generally give you a stubby stitch like you're seeing on that top row. Excessive presser foot pressure will do the same thing. So we're just going to bump it down just slightly. If I can do it. Okay, I just went down about 1 ring. I just barely brought it down about 1 ring from where it was. So we're going to set up ourselves to sew again. Not going to change a thing on the stitch length. And we're going to sew another row right next to it, see what result we can bring. I've talked about it in other premieres, the impact of presser foot pressure, but more so I've talked about it in relation to super heavy duty sew-offs, not super light. Now we're going the opposite extreme. Let's see what we get this time. This should be fun. Okay, so again, our first row way over on the left side, over here, insufficient presser foot pressure, bumped it up about 20 to 25%. We're getting a really beautiful page 34 stitch. Well, we're testing now with a slight bump up, less than 5% above where we were, checking to see if we get any more length of stitch, or whether or not we start to see it going the opposite way. Then we know we've gone too far. All right, you ready? Here we go. I would say they're almost identical. You can let me know what you think. And I'm going to leave the tails on there so we can see clearly well, you'll be able to see clearly anyway, because the other end of the material is that real stubby one that we did with insufficient presser foot pressure. Isn't it fun when we learn something new, or when we're reminded of something like that? I think it is. I think it's just totally cool. So the bottom row is our first. Let me get that stitch holder. Our bottom row is our first. The middle row is our second. The top row is the last one that we just did. So let's see, in relation to that presser foot pressure, let's see what impact, if any, that slight bump up at the end did to that last stitch row. Really curious. So let's look at these two together. Our first one is on the bottom, our middle one is the second. No stitch length change whatsoever as far as changing it on the machine. This is all impacted by presser foot pressure. Our last row up top now. We'll look at them side by side. I think we almost got a little bit of compression, don't you? They're really close, but at least at the launch. Type in the chat what you think. Right there. Lock in on those right there. They are really close, aren't they? So I don't think we've gone too far. I don't think we went too far with the presser foot pressure. But initially I thought, when I looked at them, I thought I saw a little bit of compression on those first stitches, which would say to me that we went a little bit too high on the presser foot pressure. And it's a shame on this presser foot pressure design. Let me go to the top real quick. It's a shame on this presser foot pressure design that you can't necessarily, I mean, you could try to do it, depressing that release and then trying to pull it back up a little bit, but it's kind of tricky to do that. But somewhere in between those two is going to be our sweet spot for super delicate stuff. So we're going to do 100% cotton next and see what we think. But I think we got some really good, where's the base? There we go. I think we got some really good looking page 34 stitching out of that now. Definitely. Let's flip it over and look at the lock stitch. So once again, we're going to be in the same order. We're going to be in the same order. Bottom row, middle row, top row. This again is our lock stitch. I think those are some gorgeous stitchings. Let's look at these first two first. Again, the contrast between those two is just mind-blowing, and there was no change made to the machine other than increasing presser foot pressure. Those are both beautiful stitch lines, the middle one and the upper one. Well, I'll be interested to see what you type in the chat, because as I'm looking at these three together, I'm going to get my hand off the camera. As I'm looking at these, this is a drifting camera. Oh my gosh, it's so drifty. Let me lock this in place and then move it. I'm not even touching the camera right now, folks. This thing is just like got a mind of its own. Okay, there. Now it's being nice. As I look at those three rows, they're all absolutely spectacular. And yet we know, because of our knowledge, we know that that bottom row is a result of, you know, it's kind of an interesting, crazy thought. If your machine broke somehow as far as the stitch length adjustment, something just broke on it, the spring gave, another pivot broke or whatever, and you had no control over stitch length, using the stitch length controller, you could get drastically different outputs of stitch length simply by manipulating the presser foot pressure alone. That's what we did. We could have gotten something even more mid-range if we had done a little bit more goofing around with the presser foot pressure. But it goes to show you, because ultimately presser foot pressure has a huge impact, more so than we ever realized. And really, even when we modify stitch length using the stitch length controller, it's manipulating the feed dogs to drive the movement of that material in one fashion or another. That's really what's happening, is the feed dogs are manipulating that stitch length as we manipulate the stitch length controller. In this case, the screw-in type knob or a lever, depending on how that Class 66 is set up. So I think it's a fascinating rediscovery. Even if we knew this, we forget about it. How crucial presser foot pressure is, both on the extreme thick end and on the extreme thin end of material like this. The power of the classroom. Isn't it fun? Yes, it is. Oh, goodness gravy. All right, and we still have 100% cotton to sew. Yeah, we still have to do 100% cotton. All right. I know, I spent a lot of time there, but it's kind of cool. It's kind of neat, isn't it? So I'm going to throw that into our sew-off pile as not only as a success, page 34, but also as an incredible learning lesson. Don't you agree? Yeah. So now we got 100% cotton. Now we're going to be putting to the test to see how our presser foot pressure is going to manage this sew-off. Yeah, and we'll leave it exactly where it's at right now. We'll leave it exactly where it's at right now. We'll see how our feed is, see if we get any kind of bunching up with these two pieces of 100% cotton. And again, this is where our presser foot pressure is right now. So we'll see what we think of this. There we go. Just going to get a quick little drink of water. Oh yeah, it's definitely a good thing we don't do the Elna on this one too. It would be way too much for you and for me, because I'm doing all the talking. Okay, so two very thin pieces of 100% cotton. We're going to see what we think of this now. You ready? Take up arm at the highest position. Here we go. Just get the back of that material, making sure I didn't sew over my threads. So we're getting a little bit of bunching on this one, kind of like we did initially with that satin. I'll be able to manipulate it by stretching it out, but it's probably telling me that our pressure foot pressure is a little bit on the high end, and our upper tension is a little bit on the high end as well. Kind of stretch that out and then take a look at it again. So I'm going to back off our upper tension just slightly. And we're going to sew another row. Our overall stitch length looks like it's pretty good. I'm going to show it to you in just a second. Move that to the side. Can you see that in the shot? This is what we're looking at right now. As I flipped it around, this is our lock stitch that you just saw. So I already reduced our upper tension just slightly. And what I'm going to do now is do another stitch row next to it and see if we can bring an impact to that top stitch. Give it just a little bit, just a tiny little bit more emphasis. But I'm not going to change anything on the presser foot pressure right now. Leave it just like it is. Okay, take up arm all the way up. Give this another go. All right, here we go. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I wanted. Yep. I want to keep this material orientated correctly, because this is our top stitch right here. I'm going to give that a clip. Flip it around for that lock stitch. I still think I probably could have backed off that top stitch just slightly more, just a little bit more. Alright, I'm going to lay this down right here, because I think it'll be easier for us to see it if I lay it down than if I try to set it up. Okay. So this again is our top stitch that we're looking at right now, and again I'm already suspecting that our upper tension might have been a little bit on the high end. So we're just going to look at those stitches right there. I've got to get this to lay down a little bit flatter. Could try it on a slight angle and just see what the visibility of the stitch is like that, but I think it's going to be harder to see that. Maybe it'll be harder to see that. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. So again, our top stitch, I'm really pleased, at least initially, with what I'm seeing. Pause right there. Yeah, I still think we've got some really good looking stitches there. I would say definitely in the realm of page 34. I just think that top stitch is a little bit underserved. I think our upper tension was a little bit high. I think our bobbin case was fighting hard to define that top stitch, and it won most of the battle, but I think we could give it even more victory if you know, if we just backed off that upper tension just a hair. Let's look at the lock stitch. We'll flip it over and take a look at that. See what we think. I think it's going to be just a little bit over popping. Let me get our holder. So this is our lock stitch on the holder. I think we have some really good looking stitching, don't you? That lock stitch is bang on, but I think it's also maybe just a hair over poppy. Totality of the stitching, I'm really pleased with that. That's really a lovely, let's go in a little bit. I think it's a lovely lock stitch. Really, really gorgeous. And I don't even have, I'm looking at the angle of how I have it positioned right now, and it's not even at the optimal angle, and we're still getting a beautiful view of those stitches just being absolutely as they should be. Let's flip it over and we'll look at that top stitch one more time. Maybe at this angle, supported by this stitch holder, we'll have a different vantage point or a different view of how those stitches are presenting, but I think they're underserved. I think that top stitch is just a little bit underserved, and we can get better clarity of that stitch by backing off that upper tension. Now right there we're solid. Right there we're solid. Let's move across, but I think we're going to see at certain points we're weak. Right there we're clearly weak on the weak end as far as that upper tension, pulling too hard and stealing away our top stitch. But we know exactly what to do. And in many areas we're still getting great clarity of the stitch, like on that top row. That's exactly what we want to be seeing. Even the bottom row is pretty solid, but I think if we just did a slight back off on that upper tension, I did too good of a job of cleaning it. It's like totally on steroids now. But really a great result. Really a great result. So I'm going to throw that to the side as well, and I'm going to declare it as a page 34, and just recognize that we could make it even better if we gave a little bit more victory back to that bobbin case so that it could define this stitch with even greater clarity. All right, so I'm going to move that to the side. And I haven't even shown you our sew-off sandwich of what we did during just this live premiere. I haven't even shown you that. And with my screen around the wrong way, I can't see either. That's so far. That does not include the off-camera sew-off of those 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. And look at all the great lessons we got in this class today on the power of presser foot pressure. That's a little bit of alliteration too, isn't it? Power of presser foot pressure. Yeah. We're also learning the power of alliteration. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Our classroom is a lot of fun, isn't it? So here's our vegetable tan leather now. Here's our vegetable tan leather, and it's probably the last leather that we're going to sew during this premiere. At least I think it is. And we're going to be doing, I'm debating between 2 layers or 3 layers. I did 2 layers off camera, these 2 right here. I think you can see that. My screen is tilted a little bit weird. Yeah, you can see that. These are the 2 layers that we did off camera. And I was doing different fine tuning while I was sewing these. So let's do 2 layers again. We'll try to be consistent. The only thing I'm noticing is that my 2 layers would be huge. See how far that is? We don't want to waste this leather. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this literally in half, and we'll sew 2 layers that way. That way we don't waste. Vegetable tan leather is harder to get a hold of than some of the other leathers, so I'm gonna be smart and conserve on this a little bit. The other thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to increase our presser foot pressure, aren't we? Because right now we have it set up so we're sewing light, and we need to bump it back up to sew what is obviously a lot more difficult sew off with these 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. We're probably talking about 8 ounces of leather approximately. Let me flip it the other way so you can see the thickness. Face it like that. That way you can definitely see what we're going to be sewing through. This is going to make it a little bit trickier to keep it even, but I'll do my best. So what should we do as far as this presser foot pressure? We've learned in this classroom today the impact of it. We've gone from sewing satin to 100% polyester to sewing 100% cotton, and we had this setting right here. So we know we have to increase it for sewing this leather, at least to some degree. How much should we go? Let's see. Right about to there. Down below you can't see it, but I'm kind of raising and lowering that presser foot. And it feels like we have adequate presser foot pressure. But if we get a little bit of a compressed or a stubby stitch, we know that we probably didn't go far enough. We're going to go right there for right now. I think we'll go right there. Yeah. Get my take-up arm all the way up. Yeah, from what I'm feeling, we should have enough. Now again, when you sew on a 66-1, 8 to 10 or 12 ounces of leather, you're not going to get, unless you apply a roller foot or a walking foot, you're not going to get the full six stitches per inch. You're probably going to be closer to 8 to 10. That's just the reality. This type of presser foot is pushing down on an angle because of the design and the rear mounting. That's taking away a little bit of our feed. It just is when you're sewing at this level. And yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see what we think. But I'm not expecting to get the full 6 sewing these 2 layers. It's not going to happen. We're going to get about 8 stitches or 10 stitches per inch with our current setup. All right, let's see how we do. Here we go. And my presser, my foot controller is getting further and further away from me. It's kind of sliding on the floor, so I'm going to slide it towards me and then get in position again to do this. All right, here we go. Oh, come on there. Come on there, aftermarket motor. You hear it groan like, hey, how am I supposed to do this if you don't give me enough juice? Yeah, I think we did pretty good on this. I think we did quite well. I think we did quite well. Let me show this to you. I think we did quite well in projecting what our presser foot pressure should be. And as you've seen through this class today, the science of presser foot pressure takes a little bit of intuition, a little bit of scientific guesswork, and sometimes you're bang on, sometimes you're bang off. Sometimes you hit it right on target, sometimes you don't. I think we hit it right on target with these 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. Let's take a look at these together and you tell me what you think. But I think we did quite well, quite well. Again, we're not sewing like a lot of folks will do on their YouTube videos. they'll sew a single type of material, and they'll consider it a great success. They'll consider it a great success. But all they're doing is sewing one type of material. We're doing a huge range of materials. We're sewing a field of materials, like a field of dreams. And we're dealing with a setup again that's less than ideal. We're using a setup that we're using a size 18 needle with embroidery thread. Who does that? I mean, other than me. Who does that? I mean, realistically, when you're talking about a setup that's less than ideal, and yet we've been getting results that are just off the charts. Look at that right there, right where the camera kind of landed. You know, I'm incredibly pleased with that. You know, considering we're dealing with, you know, again, nothing against the 66-1. I think it's a fabulous machine, but because of the way the presser foot attachment applies pressure on an angle, because of the way it's conformed to mount to the back of the presser foot bar, we're just not getting exactly the same feed that we would on another type of Singer that's side mounted. I'm just being honest. But when we figure out the science of presser foot pressure, all of a sudden we can look at this and go, okay, if we're talking an inch, 2, 4, 6, we're pretty, I mean, through 2 layers of vegetable tan leather, about 8 to 10 ounces of leather, we're pretty daggone close to that 6 to 8 stitches per inch. Let me move it over a little bit further. We're pretty close. And that's even with this setup that we have. So I'm incredibly stoked. I'm incredibly pleased with the result we got. Let's go all the way across. Wow. Wow. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. I'm trying not to get too excited, because then I really jiggle the camera. We're not going to come all the way up, because that'd be like out to there. I mean, those of you that are watching this on huge big screen TVs, you're like, oh, I can see it. The rest of us can't. So we're going to go right about there for totality of stitching. Folks, that is a gorgeous page 34. I would even say a page 34 plus stitch on these 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. About 8 to 10 ounces of leather, and we're dealing again with the engineering of this machine as far as how that presser foot attachment affixes itself to the rear of the presser foot bar. It's great for general sewing. When you get to extreme sewing like this, it's not the ideal setup to have. It just isn't. Because when you're dealing with a side-mounted presser foot attachment, it's going to be pushing that pressure down very nicely and evenly, almost straight down on those feed dogs. Here we're pressing from an angle. We're on an angle. We are. I mean, all you have to do is look at that presser foot. Well, you can't see it because it's behind there right now, you silly thing. You can see it a little bit. We're coming from an angle. So it's less than ideal for this type of extreme sewing. But let's flip it around and look at that lock stitch, see what we think. This is our lock stitch now, folks. This is our lock stitch. Let's see what we think of this. Getting the lighting is always a challenge, isn't it? Let's try that. Assuming I'm not bleaching it out. Yeah, I am kind of bleaching it out. Hold on a second. LED lights are great, but they're also a little bit high maintenance when it comes to shooting premieres like this and trying to get the clarity of what I want you to see. I want you to be able to see it with clarity. I don't want to have it like some of those YouTube channels where the person's describing supposedly what they're seeing, but you can't see it at all. Have you ever been on a channel like that? I don't want to do that. I want you all to see it exactly as clearly as we can possibly get it. All right, let me try this again. Oh my gosh. All I did was bring that LED light up a little bit, and look at that. All of a sudden, it's there. You can see it. Let's go across and look at these. My initial impression is wow. It's absolutely as it should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Between 6 to 7 stitches per inch is right about where we're at. Now, when you're talking about all of the challenges, the challenge of our setup, the challenge of the way that presser foot attachment pushes down on an angle against that material and against those feed dogs, us manipulating that presser foot pressure, going through a wide field of materials from satin all the way to 2 layers of leather. I am totally impressed. Totally impressed. Let's go across. Let's see, we change the lighting. Let's just see if we can bump this up or down, how that impacts this as well. I'm going to take the camera up a little bit. Yeah, I don't like that. We'll bring it back down. Yeah, that's better. Had a little bit too much elevation with the camera. See all the things I have to manage, folks? Shows how much I love you doing these premieres where I got to fight all these things for you. I know if you were here, you'd help me fight them alongside, but you're not. And Mr. Bean is over there having a sandwich. What is that about? Oh, folks, we had absolute success on this. I am so tickled pink. And again, look at that. You can't really see it. You sort of can see it. 2 layers of vegetable tan leather and just absolutely out of the park. Absolutely out of the park. Bring that down even a little bit further. Yeah, I think that's about the right height for this workbench. I have to change it when I go to the other workbench because it's a different height. See, I just changed the LED lighting a little bit there too, and look at that, all of a sudden they come into view. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, still not everything ideally set up as far as my camera position and everything, but incredibly pleased with that. Incredibly pleased. Vegetable tan leather is a wonderful leather to sew, but it's also on the challenging end because it's kind of like Italian leather. It's real slippery, but that is some absolute gorgeous stitching. And again, if you kind of look at it, let me flip my screen around. Am I at the right angle? I can't tell with my screen. I tried this in another premiere and I could not get that camera to focus either, so that may be a lose-lose there. Yeah, that's silly. It's almost easier to lay the thing down. Anyway, you've gotten a really good look at those stitches, and they're absolutely as they should be. And again, we sewed, where am I? We sewed that. 2 layers of vegetable tan leather. So without belaboring it anymore, what I'll do is I'll move over to our sew-off sandwich without our off-camera one, and I'll just show that to you again too. That's what we've done so far. This is the real deal, folks. You go to those channels where they show you sewing some cotton or just one thing, it doesn't really give you an idea of what the capabilities of that machine is. This showcases how incredible, how extraordinary this 66-1 is when you sew a field of materials like that. Absolutely amazing. All right, allow me, if you would, be so kind, to pop us over to Facebook, go through some more of those progress shots. I want you to see the transformation of this machine that was in the ashes becoming a phoenix. Trying to level the camera a little bit too. So we're still down in the raceway. I mean, that's, again, my belief is that, I mean, the whole machine is essential, obviously. But if you were to say, what is there one part of the machine that is absolutely most critical when it comes to getting it right, I would have to point right where we're looking at right now. And again, what I refer to as the brain center. The Elna people don't like when I say that because they point to their Elna graph, as you'll learn in our premiere when we do this Elna 2 that belongs to my friends Dawn and Michelle. They refer to their Elna graph, which is commonly called a cam stack assembly. They call it the Elna graph, kind of like the phonograph. And they say, this is the brain center. Ah, no, it's not. All it does is tell the raceway and the hook system what to do, like a mechanical sewing machine would do, or an electronic sewing machine, or anything else. It doesn't actually make it. It's kind of like creating an original versus taking a Xerox copy. The Elna graph is the Xerox machine. The original copy that generates it is the raceway. There, I said it. So if you work for Elna and you want to come and throw rocks at my porch light or something like that, go for it. I got more bulbs. I'm not worried. I'm good. Plus Hank will go after you. And if you follow Facebook, you know what I mean by Hank going after, and he loves me, so. All right, more pictures. So there's that special piece that does a number of things. It helps to set the amount of pressure against that hook system as it's floating through its operation as an oscillating hook system down in that raceway. It sets that spring ejector for getting that bobbin out. It does a number of different things, and just look at how bad off it is right now. It's just a mess. It's absolutely a mess right now. So now we're kind of looking down into the raceway, and we're seeing it starting to transform. We're seeing where it was just absolutely crudted up and a ridiculous mess, and now all of a sudden, it's starting to take on the form of what we want to be seeing with a raceway. See that? You get closer, you can actually see the metal now. You can actually see that it's clean. You can see that it's been optimized, along with the feed dogs, along with the upper plate area where the feed dog cover goes. That entire region of the machine is now taking a big gulp of air and breathing and saying, I can breathe again. I can breathe again. And that's what every machine that's on my workbench gets, as far as a level of care. Some of these songs you'll hear more than once, and it's because I'm clicking the same button apparently. So there again, we're just doing a little bit more work around the edges. You can see me with a dental tool right there at the top of the shot, getting those edges clear so that plate will set all the way flush down. Because you can see even if you have some debris in there, it's going to be pushing that plate up a little bit and stealing away the effectiveness of our feed dogs. And we've learned how essential feed dogs are working in concert with the presser foot pressure today, haven't we? Big time. See the stuff that was hiding there? From a distance in the shot, it looked like it was clean, right? And then when I worked into those corners and those edges that were, you know, kind of out of sight, out of mind, look at all the junk I pulled up. Junk that, as you tried to push that cover for the feed dogs down, would have been pushing back up against that cover, stealing away the effectiveness of our feed. And then we have the bobbin carrier. We've got that essential piece that gives us alignment on the hook and the entire raceway assembly. And we're starting to target those areas as well. There's our bobbin carrier right there, and we're really starting to get that the way it should be. Step by step. And I'm not sure what you use on your machines, or if you simply go into the service center and you keep your fingers and toes crossed and wonder how they're going to do that day. Probably not too well when it comes to this level of optimization. But I don't get tired of these songs. I just don't. I love them. How does that look now? Remember how it looked? And again, that's an essential piece of the raceway. Look at on that cloth, all the stuff that we got off. That is, and I say it a lot, I know I do, that's the workshop difference right there. Fully reassembled, that brain center is going to be able to do what it was intended and designed to do. Faceplate area no longer being choked and constricted with veneering and buildup and rust and everything else. Fully optimized, ready to rock and roll. Adding a little bit of a special solution now to both lubricate and to break down any gumming that I may have missed. Any gumming that I may have missed somehow. Wow. That is just a new type of pretty, isn't it? Look at that. Oh yeah. Yep, yay! Top to bottom, fully optimized. Little bit of lubricant on there now to get off the extra residue that's on that clean surface where that feed dog cover plate is going to be going, along with the rest of the raceway. And there's that feed dog cover plate right there. Look at how filthy that is. Are we going to go through all this effort of optimizing that raceway and then not deal with the plate, the top and the bottom? No way. Look at that. That's not just filth. That's not just varnishing. That's rust. That's rutted rust. I'm making up new words now. I love it. I think I'll ring the bell. Yeah. No, really. I mean, it's just, you don't realize how bad off it is until you see it. And then you see what it looks like when it's fully optimized. Yeah, like that, right there. And that's a little bit of the plating of the chrome that's missing there, but it's absolutely clean, absolutely optimized. Kind of looking at that stop action and clutch retainer now. Everything else is spot on, spot on, spot on. I even go down to the screws and make sure that those are fully cleaned, optimized as well. because they're all adjacent to that brain center. That's what they should look like. Not to mention, when I optimize those screws, I also lube them as they're going back in. So the next person that happens to try to service that machine is not going to have to battle those to get them out to remove those plates like I did. Maybe it's the owner. Maybe it's Michelle or Dawn that decide to take those plates off after doing an intensive project, because Scott talked about how that gets all packed up like a mouse nest, and they take those plates off. They're going to have no difficulty getting those plates off, like I did. They were really stuck. So now I'm targeting that upper tension, and I'm going to be working above the surface that's already been optimized. So see how I put down that white? It's almost like a buckram type material. It's nice and stiff, and anything that incidentally falls is not going to fall back into that raceway. Even though I put the covers back on, it's not going to fall onto the bed. It's going to fall on that material, and then I'll just tap it off into the waste can. Now, if you recently watched that premiere with me on that Kenmore upper tension, see what I'm saying? By how much less complicated, how much simpler the Singer upper tensions are compared to the Kenmore ones. Look at the parts there compared to the 17 or 18 parts that comprise the Kenmore one. What do you notice on that presser foot upper tension disc? That pressure disc, more appropriately stated. There's actually rust on there. See that? And look at that piece above it. That's part of that mounting threshold for the entire assembly. Just coated in junk and buildup and rust and varnishing. The entire upper tension was just a septic pool. It was horrible. It's not going to end up that way. Some of these you've seen in that recent Kenmore one, they're very similar. That's the stem, that's the pin release as you raise that presser foot bar in the rear to release the tension so you can advance the thread. They're all covered in rust and varnishing. They're just awful. Look at those. All part of the upper tension assembly, and just crudted up beyond recognition. It goes back again to, and I'm not trying to alienate people that are part of those Facebook groups where they're giving advice on just swabbing something through the discs. But you see all you miss? You see all you leave behind? You see all the cross-contamination opportunity when you don't totally disassemble and tear down the upper tension or the raceway? And if you're not comfortable doing that, I get it. Totally get it. Send it to the workshop. Bring it by the workshop. Let me do it for you. Don't pay them at the... I want to support local service centers, but just realize the level of care that your machine is going to get is just night and day. So that's the only reason I would say I love supporting local businesses, but if you want excellence in a service on your machine, there's only one place to come. Look at that spring. That's our take-up spring that's going to be allowing that thread to advance in the sewing process. Look at how filthy it is, how junked up it is. It's not going to be able to do its job. See the busyness of the workbench? Just gives you an appreciation for all the activity involved in servicing Michelle's machine and servicing Dawn's machine and getting that 66-1 to a totally different level and getting that Elna number 2. I love the name. I like Supermatic a lot better. And getting that Elna Supermatic to a new level and getting that 192K, the Spartan, to a new level. All three of these machines, the ladies brought, went through the same intense process, the surgical process of being optimized. No short changes. Doesn't matter what kind of machine it is. Now, after doing all the mechanical, electrical stuff, now I'm starting to focus more on that paint patina, because it is a Singer 66 red eye. Red-eye decal pattern is one of the most beautiful patterns that Singer ever came up with. And we've got to try to bring some of that back. Even though it's not going to be perfect. Even though it's not going to be new paint and decals. That's okay. We're going to return the luster and the beauty back to it as best as we can. Slowly by slowly, step by step. That's all the stuff that was embedded in that paint patina. It's pretty easy to figure out why it didn't look like a Phoenix, right? The Phoenix was underneath there. It just couldn't get through all that junk. Part of the upper tension assembly. Such an essential piece because it's going to be the piece that extends deepest into the machine, adjacent to all those moving components inside of the faceplate area. Do we want all that junk to be in there by those clean, optimized components that we just took care of in the faceplate area, just above the brain center? No way. No way are we going to put that back in there looking like that. It's not going to happen. That's how it's going to look. You go to a service trying to do this here. You go to a service center, you're going to leave with it looking like that. You come to Cow Country Workshop, it's going to leave looking like that. Night and day, folks. More optimization. The upper tension is so essential to helping us manage tension on the machine. Not just in defining the lock stitch, that's its primary job, but in working with concert with that bobbin carrier down in the raceway. And if this isn't optimized, every component within that upper tension is not optimized, we're going to be having constant issues with managing tension, with breaking thread, and all kinds of other things. So we break it down to the surgical level. Every part of that upper tension is going to be optimized. And then we're going to begin to rebuild it again. There's our release pin. And there's our clean release pin. Again, the release pin is going to be moving in and out and up and down that stem. It can't move very easily when it's all cretted up, but it can this way when it's fully optimized. Every component of that upper tension gets optimized, and we end up with a product like that. A product of an upper tension that's fully optimized and able to do its job, and do its job with absolute ease. That's full circle. That's where we started. See what the next set of photos is, and we'll pop over and do another sew off. Here's the next set of photos. My poor computer is just, I mean, it's doing its best. It's like this machine before it was optimized. Oh, this will be fun. This next set of photos, we look at how to dye our serial number plate, which is kind of cool. Yeah, you'll like that. I think you will. Yeah. Let's go back down to the needle. So what should we try to sew next? What should we do next? We've got some of that recycled rubber tire material stuff. Well, we're going to save that because I have a special purpose for that in mind. We already did vegetable tan leather. We haven't done upholstery material yet. We haven't done this. Oh, not upholstery material. See, I'm starting to get jet lag here or something. Machine lag. This is commercial grade canvas. We already did upholstery material. Duh. We already did upholstery material. So now we're going to do commercial grade canvas. And I'm debating whether I want to do 6 layers or whether I want to do 4. I think I'll do 6. Since we did 6 layers of commercial upholstery material, I think we'll do 6 layers of commercial canvas too. So I've got 2 layers. I'm going to fold it in the middle, and then I'm going to fold it one more time to get us up to 6. That's kind of what that looks like. I know. A little bit of crazy, but that's okay. So let's slide this underneath the presser foot. I'm going to leave the presser foot pressure the way it is, because we had what I think is some good solid success with our upholstery material, our commercial upholstery material. We'll leave it the same way it is, but canvas tends to be a little bit trickier, so I'm almost inclined to bump it up slightly. Which I think I'll do. I'll push it down just 1 ring. I think I went almost 2 rings, but that's okay. So I pushed it down almost 2 rings above where we were sewing with the vegetable tan leather, the commercial upholstery material, and we'll give that a go. This is the perfect give it a go music. Yeah, it is. All right. Here we go. 6 layers of commercial grade canvas. Commercial grade canvas. Get that take-up arm to the highest position. All right. And we'll see if our projection of presser foot pressure need is spot on. Here we go. I don't think it's too far off. I think we're about right. 2, 4. I'm just going to do a quick measurement. I'm just curious. I'll set that right there so you can get an initial glimpse of it. And that is our, well, you can't get a glimpse of it. There we go. Now you can glimpse it. It was too high. See the camera moving? It's just like so weird. There we go. Those are beautiful stitches, folks. You can see that with your own eyes. But I'm just curious to measure an inch and see how many stitches we're getting right now with our current setup. Just curious. Shoulder. Oh, the screen is facing the wrong way. Ah. Yeah, we're pretty much what I said. So right now on this sew off with commercial grade canvas, we're getting right around 8 stitches per inch, which is telling me our feed factor is just a hair off. There's nothing wrong with the machine. It's a matter of we're sewing at an extreme level using a standard presser foot, and you know, we could probably also bump up the presser foot pressure just slightly, but the reality is we're doing really well. 1, 2, 3, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, right around 8 stitches per inch is what we're getting. According to Singer, we should be getting closer to 6, but that's pretty spot on. I'm going to look over my shoulder. Yeah, you can see that. Perfect. Brilliant. So all in all, I'm really pleased. Again, our output on a 66-1, because of the way the presser foot mounts on an angle, we're basically pushing pressure down on an angle. It's going to be a little bit different than what we would get from another side-mounted one. I've said that before. I know that. Let's take a look at these stitches. And you can check your own machine that way as well. Your whatever your vintage machine is. You can set it on the largest stitch, adjust your presser foot pressure as best as you can. Obviously, if you have insufficient presser foot pressure, you're not going to get nearly, you're going to get a lot more stitches in that 1-inch space than you would if your presser foot pressure were adequate. Did that make any sense what I just said? I think it did. So if your presser foot pressure is insufficient, kind of like we witnessed on that other sew-off that was extreme, it was just shocking to see the difference. If it's insufficient, you're not gonna get bigger stitches. I think that's what I meant to say. Yeah, I better get some more water. So the feed factor on the presser foot pressure can be absolutely astounding and dramatic. It can be absolutely astounding and dramatic. Let's take a look at these stitches. So in that shot right there, I'm just going to look from far left to far right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm just going to bump it just slightly. Right there we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, we have 8 stitches. So that is approximately 1 inch. So if we were to put on a roller foot, walking foot, what we would be able to do is imagine that same 1 inch and eliminating 2 of those stitches. So we would have 6 stitches per inch instead of the 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8. So it just shows you that the presser foot pressure really is key and essential. In extreme sewing circumstances, like 6 layers of commercial grade canvas like we're looking at right now, or commercial grade upholstery material, that presser foot attachment can also be equally essential in managing that material over those feed dogs more effectively. The machine is doing everything that it possibly can to give us more stitches per inch, or I should say in this instance fewer stitches per inch. So we would have 6 stitches that are larger instead of 8 stitches that are slightly smaller, but it can only do so much. I mean, with the setup and everything else. But I'm very pleased with all that rambling I'm doing. So you understand what I'm saying. Beautiful stitching. Six layers of commercial grade canvas. The stitch spacing, the formation, the integrity of the stitch is just absolutely, it's page 34 plus. We make a few adaptations, we could even increase the size of those stitches more. I would say probably by about 10 to 12%. Yeah, very impressed, very impressed. Totality of the stitching, go to right about there. Folks, that's solid page 34 plus. And again, if I rotate it towards the camera as we turn it over to look at that lock stitch, look at what we just sewed through. Look at what we just sewed through. Let's turn it around and look at that lock stitch. Let's look at that lock stitch now. So totality of the stitching, I'm already saying I love it. I love it. Well, let's zoom in and now look at the stitches up close and personal. Pause right there. Pause right there. A little tuft of canvas coming through. That's kind of cool. Pause right there. Folks, I can go back again, and I will. I'll go past it again. But let me just say, that is absolutely page 34 plus. If we can add a roller foot or a walking foot to this, we're going to get a slightly more robust stitch length and still maintain that page 34. And again, that goes back to our constant and never-ending improvement. Totality of the stitching again is just absolutely as it should be. So I'm going to throw that to the side. Incredibly impressed by that. Incredibly impressed. I would say in this instance, quite honestly, as I'm looking at the two comparatively, I would say that in this instance we might have almost underserved our lock stitch a little bit with this canvas. Canvas is a little bit more tight as far as the weave, and so the snugness of getting that thread pulled back up through those 6 layers of commercial grade canvas may require just a slight bump up on that upper tension. Again, I'm very pleased with this stitch, very pleased, but when you compare the stitch clarity on the lock compared to the top stitch, I think we've got a little bit better clarity on the top stitch in this instance. So if we were sewing a ton of canvas, we might do just a modest bump up on that upper tension, and we would just have an absolute sweet balance between the two. Was I even in the right spot? Could you see that? I think you could see that. I had my screen pointing the wrong way, so I couldn't see exactly what you were saying. So that again is our lock stitch. No. That's our top stitch. That's our top stitch. That's our lock stitch, which I think is just a minuscule amount underserved. Yeah. All right, let me throw that to the side. Very pleased, very, very much a slam dunk and success on that. So what have we done so far? I'm going to put our last sew off on the very bottom. This is what we've done during the Sewing Olympics so far. And I think Michelle and Dawn would both say, Scott, you've already proven your point, my friend. You've already proven your point. We're going to go over to Facebook, look at some more progress shots, and then I'm going to do probably one last sew-off on this 66-1. A sew-off that I've never done before to put this machine to a final test. And I'm a little bit nervous about testing it using embroidery thread with what I'm going to attempt. I'm just being honest. I'm a little bit nervous, but we'll give it a try anyway. We'll give it a try anyway. We've done sew-offs before where we try to do a certain number of layers of whatever it is, and we've been unsuccessful. Then we did a slight reduction of those layers, and then all of a sudden it was a slam dunk. So you have to look at this machine again. And again, it's not perfect. There's still a few areas that if I have more time, I'll probably go over them a little bit more. But what a step forward for this 1923 66-1. And the step process is revealed in these progress shots. That's why we spend time doing it. You're really smart, I know you are, but I hope you really can embrace that fully and understand why they're so daggone essential. So here what I'm doing is, I don't know if you remember, but you couldn't even read that serial plate. You couldn't read it. It wasn't readable. And so what I'm doing here is I'm doing some, I'll just call it re-dyeing. I'm using a special commercial enamel type paint. And what I'm using is a dental tool to get into those recessed surfaces of those numbers. Let me zoom in closer so you can see. Because a couple of them were a little bit on the faded side. A couple of them I impacted adversely as I was trying to get that surface clean. Even though I was incredibly careful, I still created a little bit of an impact adversely on some of those numbers and on that letter G. So I wanted to make it look right. So once I got that surface absolutely clean, I went into those spaces using my magnifier, funny little headset thing I put on, and painstakingly, with a real steady hand, re-dyed all of those numbers and re-dyed that letter G so that it was spot on. That's the paint right there on that little plastic sheet thing that I have. But I think that makes a difference, don't you? Type in the chat if you think that extra little step of not just cleaning that serial plate but re-dyeing those numbers and that letter have made a difference. I mean, even from here you can read it, where before you could have zoomed in much closer and you couldn't have read it at all. So I'd be curious. I always value your feedback. I just be curious what you think. Look at the contrast there with part of that bed area that we've impacted and the other part where the magnet is that we haven't. It's night and day. And again, you would never get this level of service at a local sewing center. They just wouldn't have time. They would laugh at you if you said, well, by the way, when you do that complete service, and you can even do it with your fingers, you know, you could do it with your fingers, and I can't see what you're seeing because I have the screen the wrong way. You can even do it with your fingers and kind of go the complete service. There, now I can see it. That's helpful. I don't even know where I was before. I was somewhere, yeah. But you know what I'm saying? They would laugh at you if you said, oh, by the way, could you clean up the paint? Could you return that luster to it? Scott does that. Can't you do that? Yeah, they'd show you the door. I'm just being honest. They might do it very graciously, but yeah, they'd show you the door. So now we're getting that tension assembly back into position. And on this tension assembly, this unnumbered tension assembly, you've got to make sure that take-up spring is positioned correctly in conjunction with this thread guide that's adjacent to the presser foot bar lever. Otherwise, you're not going to get decent stitching. You've got to get that take-up spring almost to the 11 o'clock position as you're looking at the front of that machine. You'll kind of see where I settle with it, I think. Close to that 11, well, yeah, you can, kind of looking down on it. It's right about at the 11 o'clock position, that take-up spring. That is a nasty looking stop action type clutch thing over there, isn't it? Blah. It's awful. So yeah, just setting you up for success when you get that tensioner back in, and you'll want to, kind of like I showed in the Kenmore video, which I'm going to redo that Kenmore video that I showed the tension tear down and putting it back together and cleaning it all. I just had so much trouble with the camera, and a number of you that are very honest and supportive. When I kind of shared that with you privately, my perspective, you didn't debate it. You said, you know what? Yeah, I mean, there were some times where you were talking about something you were doing with the tension. It was off camera, and so I want to set you guys up for success with any of the videos and premieres that I do. So eventually I'll redo that Kenmore one, since the upper tension is so much more complex than this one, and set you up for success. But again, notice where that take-up spring is. It's not way down like I've seen some people do it, and then they're struggling. It's right about at the 11 o'clock position. There's our face plate right there. There's our face-up plate right there. It's horrible. It's not jewelry. If it's jewelry, don't wear it. Because you as a beautiful woman, you want it to accentuate your look. And if that's jewelry, it's not helping. It's not helping. Well, we're going to help it help. There it is. Before, after. That's the workshop difference, folks. That comes with the service and deep cleaning. It's not something I charge you extra for. There's that little doodad of a presser foot control that we've been goofing around with during this premiere. And you can see initially it was just a mess. But slow but sure, we'll get it right. And through great premieres like this, you'll find the power of the presser foot pressure. Almost lost one of my alliterations there. You'll find the power of the presser foot pressure in relation to the stitch output you get. There is our presser foot lever release right there. And it is just a mess. Look at all that rust. And off in the distance, look at the bed that we haven't touched yet. Look at the pillar. Is that a difference? Before? After? Yeah, I think so. I think so for sure. And there we've cleaned that up a little bit as well. That's an essential quick release, as you saw me do in the premiere today, as we were goofing around with the presser foot pressure and having an alarming impact on our stitch output. Every part of the machine with my process gets optimized. And then we're looking at the back of the machine again, where that supposed decal is on the back of the pillar. I can just barely make it out, but it's still really hard to see, isn't it? I'm not sure if in this set of photos we make an impact on it or not, but I hope we do, because it's awful. Just showing the chalky finish. Oh, there we go. There we go. There is a decal there, for goodness gravy. There is a decal, and we're starting to impact it. That's fun. I mean, it's a lot of work, but it's fun too. Oh, yuck. I go through a lot of microfiber cloths. I didn't know what that was on the bed. It almost looked like some sort of a paint. But it needed to go. So I think we're going to make it go. Yeah. And just look at the contrast of that optimized paint surface where that extra paint was and the surrounding area. Pretty crazy, huh? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm inspired. I got to ring the bell again. That is a Class 66-1 that is really starting to extend its wings out as a phoenix and say, look at me. Look at me. I was cowarding when I came to that workshop. When Michelle and Dawn and her friend dropped off those machines, I was cowarding. I didn't want to be seen. I was ashamed. Not anymore. That workshop magic and all of that work that Scott poured into me, look at what it's done for me. And look at what it's going to do for Michelle and Dawn when they pick it up. And they sit down to that machine and other people see that machine. Wow. 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 Really starting to impact things. It looks like we haven't touched that stitch length controller yet. But I'm sure we'll get to that eventually because it looks different in the premiere today, that's for sure. Some of these are way out of order, but oh well. So that's the serial plate as I'm working on it. You see some of the numbers have not been re-dyed yet. And we've still got a lot of crud around the outer edges. Oh my goodness. Look at that surrounding area. Look at that surrounding area that's been impacted. That phoenix of a machine is just starting to just pop out. Yeah, it's starting to come together nicely. We're not there yet. Look at, that's faded, that's faded, that's faded, that's faded. Those need to be re-dyed. And if you don't have a steady hand, and that's really, I think that's really an important feature of the machine, is that serial plate. Everyone looks at it. Send your machine into the workshop. I'll take care of everything else, and I will redo that serial plate for you as part of the regular service. Using a special solution there to kind of soften that gunk. Get that all cleaned up. And there's some of that paint right there in the bigger bottle that I'm using on that smaller little surface to re-dye that serial plate. There's a really good shot. You can see me working on it. What you can't see is I've got my goofy little magnifiers on. Some of you might think they're kind of cute. I think they're kind of goofy. But at any rate, cute or goofy, they really help when you're working that close. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Isn't that gorgeous? What a difference. What a difference. What a difference. Look at that. Look at that in conjunction with the decaling. More cleanup to do on the paint surrounding it, obviously, but it's an interesting contrast, isn't it? The paint surrounding it that has not been optimized and cleaned, and the front of the decal pattern, the pillar decal pattern, the medallion itself, those have all been impacted by my touch. The surrounding area hasn't been, so it really kind of pops out, doesn't it? It's really clear what's been impacted, what hasn't. Now we seem to be targeting that stitch length controller, which now that we know the power of the presser foot pressure, we don't even need that puppy anymore, do we? We don't even need that. We don't need you. We'll just change our stitch length using our presser foot pressure, because we're that good. We're that doggone good. Yeah, we are. Oh yeah. Wow. That's after. That's before. Actually, that's not even before. It was actually worse before. We already impacted that area a little bit right there. That's after. Look at that up there. Oh my gosh. Wow. More impact. Side of the machine now. Main shaft area where that balance wheel is going to get mounted along with the bobbin winding assembly. Absolutely spectacular. Holy mackerel. Night and day. Night and day. Look at that on the inside there. We impacted this out here. We have not impacted that yet. What a contrast, isn't it? Every step forward, every step forward. There's our beautiful spoked wheel, which is still, along with our stop action and our clutch retainer. They all need to be optimized, big time. Look at all that crud in there. Ugh. That's going to be a battle, isn't it? Look at that, how deep that stuff is in. That rust just, I mean, it's like a weed. It roots itself into that metal and that chromium surface, and it just says, I'm not going anywhere. Well, guess what? Yeah, you are. Yes, you are. Absolutely spectacular. Steps forward, steps forward. Starting to get that. Again, just like other fixtures on the machine, that spoked wheel is such a feature of the machine, isn't it? It's really, I mean, as you look at it, think of it like a sandwich. The spoked wheel on the far right side to the right of the pillar, The faceplate on the far left side, adjacent to the needle bar and the presser foot bar, both of them on both sides of the machine are absolute features and fixtures, part of the jewelry, right? Getting that all taken care of. Still a little bit there. And that's the beginning point that we started at right there. All right, let's just see what the next set of photos is. I'm just curious what it is. Because I believe on this 66-1, because of all the work that had to go into it, I had a total of 8 sets of photos. I know that's a lot, I get it. But it just goes to show you how much work had to go into this machine to get it where it is now. And what we're looking at there is part of our bobbin winding assembly. Remember me mentioning that there are 3 springs that comprise that assembly. 2 of them were broken. Those are the 2 broken ones right there that we're going to look at next. All right, let's go back over to Michelle's 66-1 from 1923. Specifically, and I've got to look, January 9th, 1923. Did any of you do the math? I didn't do the math. I'm curious now. If I can find my phone. I don't know what I did with my phone, which has my calculator. $1923, right? 1923, 2021. Well, we might as well say 2022, shouldn't we? Because January is going to be in the new year. So 2022 minus 1923, 99 years old. The machine you're looking at on screen right now, this January on the 9th, will be 99 years old, which means in 2023 will be the centennial birthday of this machine that I used to have the privilege of bringing back out of the ashes and making it a phoenix. So I'll have to stay in contact with my ladies from Cass City, Michigan, so we can like blow some, you know, whatever you call those sound makers, and you know, maybe launch a couple of balloons in 2023 when this machine turns 100 years old. Are you believing it? After I got done with it at this point, and no, it's not perfect, but do you believe that that machine is almost 99 years old? It's 98 years old right now, if you want to really be nitpicky, like my box closers. Not 100 years old, Scott. It's not 99. It's 98 years old. Well, whatever. It's really old. It's really, really vintage. And it looks like it's almost brand new. Doesn't it? The workshop magic, folks. Yeah. 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 And not just how a machine looks, but what it can do. All right, let's get over here and let's do another sew-off. All right, are you done moving? You done moving there, camera? All right, good. And to blow off my Premier glasses there. See what I'm saying? Even after going over this machine as much as I did, I just wiped over the bed with a little bit of a cleaning solution. Look what I got. Ugh! The dirt, the grime! But it's night and day from where it was. Night and day. I thought about doing acrylic fiber, and I can do it, but I'm not gonna belabor the stitches because they're gonna be impossible to see on this yellow thread, this yellow tri-lobal embroidery thread. But we can go ahead and buzz through 3 layers of it just for kicks and giggles. And I'll go down one side, and that way Michelle and Dawn can buzz down the other side. There we go. I don't have it folded really well. This stuff is really, I mean, it's like sandpaper. It's really kind of hard to fold. You ever try folding sandpaper? Whoa! It's awful. Awful. Alright, let's just buzz down this. I'm not going to worry about showing the stitches at length because it's going to be kind of hard to see them. But let's go ahead and give this, a go. Alright, so 3 layers of this acrylic fiber, and if you're brand new to this channel, brand new to these premieres, acrylic fiber is used to make awnings. If you know anything about anything, awnings are exposed to extreme cold, extreme hot, extreme winds, extreme everything, and yet they stand up against it. Plus they're stretched over usually a frame, so it even puts more stress on the fibers that comprise this material, and yet it stands resolute against all of these elements. We're going to be going through 3 layers of this stuff. So as thin as it might look, realize that it's an absolute extreme material to sew. Absolute extreme. All right, let's give this a go. Here we go. Yeah, I'm still getting used to that motor. Just how it sounds compared to a Singer motor or a Pfaff motor or a Husqvarna motor. It's very different, very different. Oh yeah. Yeah. All right, we'll look at these. I was just gonna flash them real quick, but we'll zoom in on them. Because this really is a tough sew off, and I'm impressed with what this machine just did. So I think I had it facing like this. So this, wait, I had it facing like this. So this is going to be my straight. This is going to be, yeah, it's a straight stitch, Scott. Good job, yay! This is going to be my top stitch. There we go. All right, so this is my top stitch. Whoa, that was weird. Did you see that rotate like it was alive? That was really weird. It's alive, it's alive. Okay, so this is our top stitch through 3 layers of acrylic fiber. Acrylic fiber, nasty stuff. Nasty, nasty stuff. Pause right there. That is a solid page 34. Solid page 34. Pause. Beautiful stitching. 3 layers of this stuff. Alright, let's look at the totality of stitching, and then we'll pop over to the lock stitch. Alright, stay right there. Let's get that lock stitch. Page 34, holy mackerel. Pause right there. Pause right there. I'm not even going to go back. It's so obvious. That is a solid page 34. Acrylic fiber is ridiculously difficult to stitch, especially when you're using embroidery thread. I mean, seriously. Awnings are not made with embroidery thread. They're just not. They're probably made with, I don't know, either Kevlar thread, or they're made with some other thread that's resistant to rot and degradation, you know, the weather, you know, cold and damp and all the blah, 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 blah. To get a result like this, top and lock stitch, 3 layers of acrylic fiber with embroidery thread, it's just like, no way. No way! Yeah, we just did it. We just did it. So I'm going to add that to our pile. Walk around the other side of the camera so I don't totally block it. And now, before I do my final sew off, let's go over to Facebook again. Yeah, when you have a machine with this many needs, there's going to be more progress shots. There just are. So this again is our bobbin winding assembly that on this particular 66-1 has 3 different springs that comprise the assembly. 2 of them were broken. You remember how that clutch stop action looked before? I mean, it was literally like somebody had painted it in coffee or something. It was just riddled with rust. We're starting to see some patina coming through now, some evidence that we might be able to get this back to the way it needs to be. We like me, just me, just me. Spoked wheel, clutch retainer, stop action. We're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there, we're getting there. Look at the right side, look at the left side. Yeah, it's contrasting. That'd be interesting to do that and just leave it that way. Kind of do 50% of it and no, I won't do that. Joking Michelle, joking Dawn. Really starting to get there now, look at that. Starting to get there. Holy mackerel. Do you remember how it looked? The magic? What was I going to say? And that was after additional polishing. Y'all thought it looked good here. Y'all were excited. Y'all were saying, holy mackerel, that looks really good. That looks really, really good. Compared to the way it started, yeah, it does. The magic of the workshop. Really good. Wow. Wow. Isn't that fun? Oh my gosh, that's so much fun. Oh. Oh, we still have to clean that track that the belt rides over. Look at that. It's filthy. Plus it's got rust that's built up in there as well. We got to take care of that next. The inside of that balance wheel is equally critical, the part that I'm touching right there, because that rests right against the inside next to the main shaft, and any filth and dirt you leave on there is going to be dragging on that balance wheel and causing that motor to work that much harder. That's looking a lot better. A lot better. And what am I doing there? That is the stop action that we just got done restoring from a rusty mess to a beautiful ornamental piece that's going to go on the right side next to the balance wheel. It's also a functional piece. It's not just ornamental. It's functional as well, obviously. So if you ever want to wind a bobbin, it is. But that little set screw that restricts the field of motion so that you can disengage the clutch, but it's not going to keep turning and come off. There's a special anchoring screw that needs to go through there, and that area as well was absolutely filthy. So I'm also cleaning that up as well. There's the bobbin winding assembly. I don't think we've gone full circle, have we? No, I don't think so. So you can see how filthy it is, number one, but also at this point, I think, yeah, at this point, and rusty as well, we haven't replaced the 2 broken screws in there yet. Now we're tearing it apart. It's not as complex as a Kenmore upper tension, but it has a lot of pieces, and they all have to be set up and aligned just perfectly so it works. There's the front of it right there, the front that's most prominent, and if you remember, that was all covered in veneering and rust, and now it's starting to clean up very beautifully. As is the side. Remember, that was all riddled with rust and veneering? It's starting to really come together nicely. Looking down at the top of the assembly, I think I'm showing you the decal work there, and that was cleaned up as well. More cleaning, more adjustments on it. Focusing on cleaning the bed up. Looking at the electrical now. Like I said, this project was multi-scope, mechanical, electrical. I mean, it seemed like it never was gonna end. Focusing on the motor now and the electrical. We already looked at this, didn't we? I think we already come full circle. I look at so many of these, I kind of lose track, sorry. No, we haven't seen the bottom of the machine yet, so this is all new, I think. Yeah, that's just below the raceway. Oh, I see what it is. I separated it from the base so I can get into those areas more easily. Detail cleaning adjustments, verifications, right below the brain center. You see why when I talk about a project of this scope, I say somewhere between 18, 22 hours, 30 hours, 40 hours. You look at all these progress shots, you all of a sudden realize all the steps that this machine was taken through and the scope of the project. That's why when folks ask me, well, how many machines are ahead of mine? I say that's not necessarily going to tell you how long it is before your machine hits the workbench, because you can encounter things working on a project of this scope that you didn't see at the very beginning, but as you go through the machine, it's revealed. Here we're remounting it to the base again after optimizing the bottom of the machine. And I'm really pleased with that base. You can notice right now it's after the base was built, but it's not stained yet. And I checked with Michelle and said, hey, are you wanting this to stay natural or do you want it stained? I've got a real nice walnut stain. And so she said walnut would be perfect. So that's when I ended up staining the base walnut. And there's the beginning. I couldn't remember where we started, but now I see it and it's clear. So we just close that one. Let's see what the next one is. But first we'll go back to the machine and do another stitch off. Oh, now we're inside of the motor. Does this kind of blow your mind a little bit if you're thinking about, because the word restore is taken way out of context and really overused in our VSM space. People will talk about, oh, I restored a 66-8. And when I start to probe them and ask them what they didn't do a restore. They did a real low-level basic service on the machine. So restoration is what you're seeing now on camera. All of these progress shots, that's what a real restoration looks like. I just want to be honest about that because the word restore is misused and misrepresented in our space constantly, even by people that I have some degree of respect for. So I want you to see this level is what a real restoration, because restoration is totality of the machine. It's not concentrating on one spot. It's concentrating, it's kind of like a wellness approach for the machine, like we would talk about wellness in the healthcare field. It's looking at every aspect of that individual and giving them a comprehensive solution so that they can enjoy life at a greater level. This is enjoying life at a greater level for this vintage sewing machine from 1923. Does that make sense? Type in the chat if that makes sense. Because I really want to drive that home. I really, really want to drive that home. So when we return, this is what we'll focus on, is some of the motor stuff I did. And yes, I even work on the aftermarket aspect of motors that are not original to the machine. Because that machine that's original is going to depend on that motor. I have to adjust it up again because that workbench is so tall. So tall. So I mentioned that I was going to stitch off on something that I've never done before. And before I do this, let me say that I'm taking some precautions to safeguard the machine in doing something like this. Secondly, let me say that I intend to do some inspections of the machine before Michelle and Dawn pick it up afterwards because of the risks involved with a sew-off like this. And thirdly, let me say that I'm also going to obviously be putting a brand new needle in as well. But there was a lot of hype and a lot of hoopla when I interviewed my friend Alex, which is fine because I wanted to focus the spotlight on him. He's an extraordinary man. He's made extraordinary contributions to the VSM space. But one friend in particular was just oohing and ahhing about him sewing through, what was it, a bean can, I think it was, or something like that, or some sort of metal. And so I thought, well, I'm not going to, for showmanship, I'm not going to abuse a customer's machine and sew through stuff just to say I did it, because I could do it, especially when I have a harpoon needle in there. But I want to sew something that I thought, as we're getting closer and closer to Christmas, I've seen some really cool projects where they take aluminum cans and they stitch them together and they make different fun things out of aluminum. And I think that was done with a hand crank. But I wanted to try stitching some of my recycled rubber material and a piece of aluminum and just see how this machine is able to manage that. Because I thought it would be kind of different, it's kind of fun, it's kind of interesting, and it's also germane to a potential project. It's not just done for showmanship, it's done because it really has real applications. Blah, blah, blah. It has real applications. So let me do this. Let me put on a little bit more aluminum sewing music. Oh yeah, that's definitely aluminum sewing music. Keep the volume down to a reasonable level. Get a little drink of water. And then we'll give this a try. Nutritional facts. Don't make it a regular practice to sew this with your vintage sewing machine. It has no calories, but if you don't take adequate precautions, it could really goof things up. Yeah, it could. So we're going to take some precautions. This is that recycled rubber material that you saw me sew in some of the recent premieres. What we're going to do is we're going to put that on the bottom as a buffer against any metal shards coming off of this aluminum and trying to work their way down the throat plate into the raceway. This rubber is going to stop it. That's why I'm using it. So, also it's going to protect the bed of the machine as well. Presser foot is down. I can make anything a musical instrument. Yes, I can. All right, take up arm at the highest position. We're going through a single layer of aluminum coupled with recycled rubber. And you know what? I hadn't planned on that song ending, but guess what? It did. So we're going to go with total silence then, except for my fan running in the background. All right, here we go. A single layer of aluminum. And aluminum is, it's pliable, it's light, but it's also metal, right? That's why I have this rubber on the other side. So let's give this a try, see how we do. And we're going to be laying down a stitch using the same presser foot pressure we've had. All right, keep your fingers and toes crossed. Again, I'm nervous about this because it's embroidery thread. If I had upholstery thread in there, no worries. It's embroidery thread. All right. A little bit nervous. Yes, I am. All right. And I'm also hoping that I don't cut my finger in the process of doing this, because there's some real sharp edges sticking up. All right. Let's not have any blood. Blood is interesting, and it might go viral, but I don't want to cut myself on this stuff. Here we go. I like this a lot. I like this a lot. Yes, I do. Let's go the other way. Or should I go across the ingredients? That would be fun. Should I go across the ingredients? Yeah, let's do it. All right, here we go. That was kind of fun. So we're going to do it one more time across the ingredients. Keep your fingers and toes crossed. Take up arm at the highest position. Yes, I am using trilobal embroidery thread. This could be a potential Christmas project, so that's why we're taking the risk. Hopefully I'm not going to mess things up, because it worked out really well in the first stitch line. Let's see what happens now. Here we go. All right, we're stopping there. Okay, we'll go back one more time. Let me cut the thread because I just ended up messing it up. I'll tell you one thing, most thread types put out by Coats & Clark, basic ones, over the counter, blah, 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 are going to be 30 weight. If anyone wants to look it up and see if they can find out the weight of this trilobal thread, because I'm guessing it's probably a little bit more, it's a little heavier than 30 weight. Because I think 30 weight would have broken on this, to be honest with you. Okay, so we got to go back one way, one more time this way. All right, so we basically created like a Zorro thing. Zimp, 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 yep. Or we will have created a Zorro thing, assuming we can get over on this side. All right, take up arm at the highest position, and here we go. Come on, buddy, come on. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I won't make this a habit, but it is kind of interesting. It definitely is interesting, and it's a first time in the history of this channel that we've sewn aluminum. Well, I shouldn't say aluminum alone. We sewed aluminum with this rubberized recycled tire material, which is crazy, ridiculous stuff by itself. Crazy, ridiculous stuff by itself. All right, let me get my thread holder, or my sew-off holder rather. And let's look at this. That'll be our top stitch, very obviously. our lock stitch will be through the rubber on the bottom. Now, I talk about this all the time. A lock stitch is more difficult to produce, especially when you're pulling it through a rubberized material on the bottom. But this 66-1 said, no fear. Look at that. What did we sew through? The niacin, vitamin C, we sewed through. Anyway, you can read it all on screen. Gosh, it was fun. Wasn't that fun? And look at those stitches. I got to put on some celebration music for this. Who wants to make a project out of aluminum cans now? I mean, seriously. I do. I want to make a project out of aluminum cans. All right, I don't even know where we started. We'll just go all over the place. Let's start on the top, kind of work our way down. Folks, that is page 34. That is absolutely page 34. Where's our next row? Is that over here? All right, we'll go backwards, kind of up the hill. If I do this in the future, I might try 2 layers of aluminum. That would be interesting. Absolutely page 34 stitching. We got another row down here somewhere. Where is it? Is it that one? Hold on a second, I gotta loosen this camera a little bit. Oh, I left look, the cows are getting out. I left a little bit of a door there. See that? Right by the 240 something milliliter, blah, blah, blah. Folks, that is so absolutely no-brainer. Let's look at totality of the stitching. That is so absolutely a page 34. You know what? We sewed aluminum with rubber on the bottom. Let's just call it a page 34 plus. Not to mention we totally decimated the nutritional facts. But, you know, I don't think that's a federal offense yet. It might be in the future. So, but at least we left the barcode alone. See that? They could still scan it if they needed to. All right, let's look. Let's flip it over and look at that lock stitch. Oh my gosh, that's a perfect Z, isn't it? We did the Zorro sign, folks. We didn't even plan that. Well, I did sort of, but not really. All right, let me adjust my light a little bit. All right, this is our lock stitch coming through aluminum and rubber. Adjust that light again. It's kind of getting bleached out. It's actually yellow, but at least in my little window right now, it doesn't look yellow, but I know it is. Oh, Jiminy Crickets. We haven't come off the tripod the whole premiere. Let's do it real quick. Let's be rebels. There we go. Oh, wow. It just went... That was cool. It's like glowing in the dark thread there. Come on, camera. There we go. The thread kind of reflects off of there a little bit. Lighting is really tricky. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm just going to stop there. So this is our Zorro through aluminum and rubber. It's absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. Very, very pleased with that. And it's the first time I've ever tried it. At least on camera. Page 34 plus, folks. Absolutely amazing, 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 amazing. That's the lock stitch. Oh my goodness. The top stitch. Wow. That was fun. That was cool! And no machines were harmed in the filming or the stitching of that sew-off. Very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah. Thank goodness for aluminum, huh? Yeah. Yeah, thank goodness for aluminum. All right, let's just leave that over there for right now. And let's take a pop over to here. And what you can see is on the workbench there, I've got like an AstroTurf. You can kind of see it through the holes, which are the venting holes on the side of one of the halves of the motor case. But the big deal is there, look at the rusting on there. It's corrosive on that copper surface, one of the key areas of the electrical field. And it's just a mess. So that means that that motor is definitely not functioning at an optimal level when it's like that. Now you're getting a different shot of the motor pulley. Get a different shot of the motor pulley and just all the junk on there. And someone at some point, maybe not Michelle or Dawn, but someone else, was running this machine in this condition. So how do you think they were doing as far as launch and traction? And I mean, yeah, that belt is not going to be able to grip that pulley with all that junk on there, all that thread and all that buildup. So what I'm doing here is I'm cleaning the back bracket of the motor assembly, because that bracket has set points with two screws that have to be loosened to break apart those two halves of the motor. And instead of having to try to do guesswork, because when you put that motor and it's mounted on the machine, that bracket that I'm touching on top is up against the back of the pillar. It's not like you can just reach in there and loosen the screws a little bit and then slide it. It's very, very awkward. So I'm actually, since I know it's fitting the machine correctly now, I'm going to clean that surface, and then I'm going to put marker points on there, almost like when I tore that free Westinghouse down and I put markers on the what do I want to say, the raceway hook assembly, and also on the shaft going into the race assembly as well, so I knew where the timing points were, so when I reassembled it I wouldn't have to retime the machine. So we're just trying to be smart. We're trying to do it in a way that is effective, but it's also easier, so we don't have to spend extra time trying to align this motor in relation to the movement of the belt and alignment to the balance wheel. Hopefully that makes sense. So now I'm marking those points so I know exactly where that bracket needs to be fitted against that motor casing when I go to reinstall it and connect it to the machine. See that? My father always used to say, work smart, don't work hard. I do a combination of both. So now we're focused a little bit more on the motor, and I'll just take you through the different phases that I did, me. In order to separate the motor, you've got to take that output pulley off. That's kind of what I'm doing there. And it's equally important to remember where that output pulley is on that output shaft, because otherwise the belt will not be running true in alignment with the balance wheel either. You've got to align both the casing and the bracket and the output pulley as well. And there I'm also removing stuff from that output shaft. Looks like old thread or other junk that was holding that back. And obviously with that on there, the motor's going to have to work harder turning against that stuff that's holding that output shaft from moving freely. Step by step, right? Now, believe it or not, in that tiny little space, which is probably about an inch and a half, less than an inch and a half actually, was all of that stuff on that AstroTurf right there. All of that thread was built up and constricting that output shaft, constricting the pulley, creating a mess as far as that belt being able to run over that pulley smoothly. And all of that would still be there if this machine had gone into a general service center. Now we have a pulley that is free of any obstructions, but it's still filthy, so we need to address that too. Looking better, isn't it? Special solutions that I've developed. I get asked by people a lot, what are you using there? What's in that? It's proprietary. I don't go into that because it took me a lot of time and effort and money to develop these, and if someone wants to, when I retire soon, take over the business, acquire the business, purchase the business, which would include the YouTube channel, Facebook following, and all of that kind of good stuff, I will share all of my secrets with that individual. Plus, I'll work alongside of them for about 6 months and doing videos with them and introducing my wonderful audience to that individual as well, and just doing a soft handoff. Because eventually I will retire. Sorry to tell you folks that, but it's true. Working more on that pulley. Boy, is that a difference, isn't it? What a difference. Now it can do its job. I say that all the time, don't I? Now it can do its job. Starting to crack that motor open now and really starting to dig into that motor and give it every opportunity to succeed. And here we're looking at the end of the motor where you've got a series of wraps, you've got the commutator, you've got the carbon stacks, and you also have these calibration nuts here as well which have to be put back in exactly the same spot so that that output pulley can turn freely. So just be careful if you turn on a motor. There's a lot of things that can go on a whack, and then all of a sudden that motor will not turn up properly. It'll be binding. They were kind of looking down into that chamber towards that really nasty copper piece that's part of the electrical field. There I'm doing a combination of things. Number one, there's a lot of filth in there. You can see that. But also I'm inspecting wiring as well. You see the wiring that's coming in there that feeds the motor. It connects to the stators, and that all has to be inspected. Out of sight doesn't mean no danger, and I want this to be a safe, well-running machine for Michelle and Dawn and her unnamed third-person friend. I wish I could remember them. If Dawn or Michelle are in this premiere, type in your third friend's name that came along with you from Cass City, Michigan. I don't remember her name. I'm sorry, I don't. It's been a year ago, folks. So there's one of the carbon stacks. A lot of cleaning, a lot of optimization in there as well. And again, carbon brushes need to be fitted like a glove to that motor. They shouldn't be too big, they shouldn't be too small, they have to be just perfect. So when they slide into that copper sleeve, they're going to be able to have mobility up and down as that brush is used and consumed, but they're not going to be dropping down, they're not going to be constricted so that they won't move down naturally as the brush is consumed by the motor. If you didn't know that, carbon brushes are consumed by the motor. They are. They're eaten up. So this is part of our electrical, and I'm assessing it and deciding what needs to be changed out, what can be preserved. And here I've got the torch, trying to see what I'm doing. Oh, it looks like I'm trying to break something loose to get that wire off of there. A busy workbench. Electrical work is not for everybody, and you have to know your limitations. I respect and I admire Paula Noel. I admire Emma, Maddie, Sonny, and a number of others that said, I know my limitations. And that's the beginning of wisdom. So if your motor needs rewiring, it might be more beneficial to simply send it into the workshop than to goof around with it. New plugs, new wiring. And the wiring I use again is going to be right around 16 gauge. I posted something on Facebook recently showing you a wire gauge so you could understand the difference between the different gauges. And the big deal about wiring, if you go out to a Home Depot or you go out to your hardware store and you say, I need to buy some wiring because I'm going to rewire my foot controller, I'm going to rewire my motor, or whatever it is, you need to understand that the smaller the number within wiring, the bigger that wire is in circumference and the heavier load that it can handle. So a lot of people will rewire with 18 gauge wire, which I don't recommend. 18 gauge wiring is basically the equivalent of a light lamp cord. And your motor and your light assembly, which are going to be sharing that and putting that load on the wire, are going to be putting a lot more load on that wire than a regular lamp, especially if you're running, say, an LED bulb in that lamp. So I strongly recommend that if you rewire and you feel competent and comfortable to do it, and I mean that in a respectful way, I don't mean that in a condescending way. If you feel competent and comfortable to do rewiring, that you use 16 gauge wire. Do not use 18 gauge. And conversely, don't use, say, 14 gauge wire. You don't need it. 14 gauge wire is going to handle like 30 amps, and we don't need to go quite that extreme. Even for Husqvarna machines, you don't need to go quite that high. 16 gauge wiring is going to handle pretty much any wiring need that you have. So that's what I use. I'm not sure if Alex does rewiring or not. I've never seen him do any, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't do it. But hopefully he uses something equivalent to that in a European type voltage that would be equivalent to, say, a 16 gauge wire. All brand new, all brand new. And as always, I insulate connection points so that the electricity doesn't leak, and that's kind of what I'm doing here. Oh, it also looks like I'm flushing the motor out, and that's some of the debris that I got out of the motor. Again, a lot of spaces I can reach with my dental tools, a lot of spaces I can reach with Q-tips and other cleaning tools like that, but liquid gets into all those tight spaces, and the solution that I've developed will basically dissolve that stuff that I can't reach. And that's what you're seeing down there in that reservoir of liquid, is all the crud that I couldn't reach with my other tools. It really, really takes that motor to a new level. Now we're targeting that original piece that we opened up this group of photos with, that piece on the end that's so integral to the electrical field, and we're getting that all cleaned up as well. Does that look different? Before, and that's not really a before because I have already cleaned part of this. After. Yeah. That's going to be one strong motor, as we've witnessed today, although it's a little clunky. And I can't change that. That's the engineering of the motor. It is what it is. But it's a good motor. That's where we started. So I don't know, that looks like probably the last set. I think that's the last set, because I had set this up with the idea of showing progress shots on the Elna too. This may be the beginning of Elna right here. Yes, it is. So this is my last set of progress shots on Michelle and Dawn's 66-1, right there. And I don't know that I can do another sew-off and top the acrylic fiber that I've already done and the aluminum and rubber that I just sewed. So I think we'll get through these progress shots and wrap this premiere up. And I am going to, because I love y'all, I am not going to even go the direction of this Elna during this premiere other than to show you this shot right here. I've got my sew-offs all set up. I've done my off-camera sew-offs. I've got all of my material ready. And so eventually we're going to rock that world over there in another premiere. And Elnas really are a fabulous machine to use, not quite as much fun to service. And I kind of talked a little bit with Alex about that, and I think he hinted at that in his interview, where he talked as well about the fact that they're made out of a lot of little, they're made like a watch. We'll just leave it like that. They're made like a Swiss watch. So this is our opening shot. You're kind of seeing that pressure foot attachment that is the standard one for this model, the 66-1. Bill loves this machine. I love it as well, but I'm not a huge fan of the pressure foot and the way it's mounted on the rear, and again, that bend factor of the pressure foot, so you're not getting even pressure down. You're getting even kind of offset even pressure from an angle. But our whole focus on this shot right now is it's filthy. It's rusted. We need to make it right. All right. It's a fun, groovy song, isn't it? I'm feeling rather groovy right now. So more cleanup on the paint patina. Oh, I see what I'm doing. I'm adding a type of lubricant that is safe for an electrical field, because in that little opening to that copper area is going to be going the other end of the output shaft, and that is going to be spinning up in there at a high revolution. So I'm trying to set it up for success so that there's no drag, there's no resistance, there's nothing holding that other end of the output shaft back. More work on that motor. And again, just be aware if you tear apart a motor on the output shaft ends, there's typically going to be wafer thin little washers that are designed to be a buffer and a smooth spin up for that motor when it's put back together with the two halves, and those are easy to lose, so just be aware of those. It's kind of what I have sitting right here. More deep cleaning on the motor. Those are those tiny little washers you have to be mindful of. They're basically a spacer type washer is what they are. Busy workbench. There's a happy motor with new wiring, optimized, ready to rock and roll. Looks like I'm putting it back together. And it was so easy to line up that bracket on the back of it so I can put it back onto the machine because we put those little marks on there. And those marks are not going to be distracting in any way. We could erase them, and I think I do, but they're going to be facing in against the pillar anyway, so no one's going to see those marks even if we left them, so that they were a resource to someone else that decided they wanted to service that motor. But that motor will be good to go for a good long time. I think I also end up spray painting the bracket again as well to kind of clean that up. That's what it looks like what I'm getting ready to do. I'm going to spray paint that bracket, just clean it up. Oh yeah, that looks better. Our light assembly. Oh, I see what that was. You know, I've talked about those reflective shields in there. You can replace the bulb from an incandescent to an LED, but if you don't clean that reflector shield on the inside, you're not getting the full benefit of that LED light. So here it was dirty. There it was dirty, and there it's clean, so that that LED light has full reflective powers. It's a superpower. And now what I'm doing is I'm cleaning that socket that the bulb screws into to get any rust, any other buildup out of there, so that we've got a really good solid connection for that light bulb. Getting the new wiring areas ready. My party guy has shown up. What's up? New wiring plug. And there is a happy light and a happy motor, fully optimized, both of them, and also brand new wiring, brand new plugs. Foot controller. That was a mess. Wait until you see the inside. Well, you're not going to see the inside yet. What I'm showing you is that new junction block that I'm incorporating into the electrical effort to make the system complete. There you can kind of see it, all the buildup and all the filth in there. Plus, all of the copper in there is just filthy as well. See that? Making a fine-tuning adjustment on the foot controller. Most foot controllers are going to have a fine-tuning adjustment on them so that you can increase the sensitivity In other words, you don't have to push the plunger down as far to get a response. But as I warned in another premiere, you have to be really careful that you don't go and try to make it overly sensitive by adjusting that screw too far in, because then you can leave that electrical circuit open. It'll superheat the foot controller if you leave your machine plugged in, or even when you're not using it, and could actually cause a fire. So just be aware of that. Checking the electrical there, sealing off the connections. I'm guessing I'm then going to use my torch to quick dry them. Does that look different? Yeah. Oh, I see what I'm showing you there. I was showing you that I'm putting the back plate on, but on this foot controller there were no non-skid type pads on the back of it to keep it from sliding. So I think I add those to it in the process of taking care of this foot controller. Yep, that's what I'm going to do next. Going to add some non-skid pads. And again, these are going to be facing down on the floor, whether it's a wood floor or tile floor, whatever it is. And they'll provide some really good traction on there. My cement floor is actually a little bit more slippery than other surfaces, so I actually have those pads, but then I have another non-skid thing underneath it as well when I'm shooting the premiere. A little bit more cleanup on the paint before we get that motor mounted back on. And you can actually see the decal on the back of the pillar now. You could not see it before. Really coming together beautifully, isn't it? Plus, along with that new base. But I haven't stained the base yet. I think I'm going to end up doing that towards the end of this series of picks. Pitman arm assembly, main shaft, a lot of service points in there, areas to adjust, areas to clean. That's looking a lot better. And the machine will be able to work effortlessly to turn over that main shaft and to drive the power down to the needle. Verifications to check that everything is tight and properly tightened, I should say, so it's not overly tightened. Getting some more junk cleaned off there. Yeah, that's looking better. Yeah. Dirt is not the friend of our vintage sewing machine. There's part of our jewelry for the back. You remember how cruddy and clouded and nasty it was? Now it's starting to come to life again. Taking that big gulp of air. And there, we're almost home. We're almost to the finish line, getting ready for this premiere. Almost there. What I'm adding to the bottom of this base that I built is I'm adding an absorption pad so that when the machine is oiled, it's not going to go into the wood base or the laminate on the bottom. It's going to be absorbed by this pad. And as I demonstrated during this premiere today, I can wipe over this surface. I'm still getting crud off of it. So between Michelle and Dawn and her other unnamed friend, eventually they'll probably do additional touch-up on this paint, even beyond what I've done, to enhance it even further. Constant and never-ending improvement, right? That's a machine to be proud of, and that's a machine that can be proud of itself too. What a transformation, huh? That is the same machine, folks. The magic of the workshop. Ha ha! Look at that Phoenix. Look at that Phoenix. There's that presser foot attachment. Looking really good now. Looking good. Did that sew off of the vegetable tan leather with some page 34 stitching. Now that we know the mechanics, the electrical, the motor, the light, and everything else are good to go, now we're focusing on the customer's request to stain that base and to give it a walnut finish. And in order to do that, I have to take some of the hardware off of the base, including that little retainer that holds the machine securely against the base. I agree with Michelle. I like the look of walnut, don't you? My father had a walnut roll-top desk. I grew up as a boy doing my homework at it, and I never really appreciated the beauty of that until I became an adult. What a beautiful piece that was. The interesting story behind that desk, my dad got it when he was in the Marine Corps in active duty. He traded his commanding officer a Rolex watch for that roll-top desk. And he owned it. He owned that desk his entire life. It was such a point of pride for him. There, we're starting to get all of that walnut stain in place. Really starting to get this entire piece just wow. Wow! Some of those areas are hard to get in, so I use Q-tips to get into those real tight spaces. I can't fit in there with my little cloth. Yeah, that looks better. I like the natural look too, but I'm a big fan of walnut. Big fan. Okay, yeah. And now I'm having to drill a hole and anchor the plug-in junction box on the side of the base so that it's secure and those wires aren't going to be getting jostled around. Wow. Wow! And that's the beginning right there. Well, I appreciate so much the opportunity of being able to restore all three of these machines. You've already seen the Spartan 192K premiered. Now you're having a chance to see this spectacular 1923 Singer 66-1 premiered. And soon I will do that Elna 2, also known as the Elna Supermatic. And that'll be the final machine for my friends from Cass City, Michigan. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity. A lot of work, but you know what? It was well worth it. And I think you would agree. The results speak for themselves. I'm getting my sew-off set up real quick right now. So, once again, we put a machine through the paces in these sewing Olympics. And we sold a wide field of materials. Everything from tin and rubber to leather to acrylic fiber. Well, you could rewind it and watch all the things we sold. A lot. And this 66-1 knocked it out of the park. So, congratulations to Michelle and Dawn for all of these great machines. Truly a blessing to work on them, and also a blessing to return them to you so I can move on and do other machines. A long project and well worth it. All right, stay tuned for other premieres like this, where you see the amazing machine come from ashes to the phoenix. All right, God bless.